Go! Your attraction, the predator will get the prey for your life that you get away. Weigh out the pros and then the cons. Confusion will just lead you on to the slaughter by the hunt. The hunter and the hunt. They hunt for food, they hunt for fun. The hunter and the hunt. They hunt to see the hunted run. The hunter and the hunt. They hunt the strong, they hunt the weak. The hunter and the hunt. A friendly game of hide and seek. The hunt is better than the kill. Real. Close your eyes and try to feel. Still. Cold metal to your grill. Yeah. Wish it was a sleeping pill. It's weak and watch his blood spill. The hunt is better than the kill. They say. The hunt is better than the kill. They say. The hunt is better than the kill. They say. The hunt is the thrill. And the kill is just a reward for the chase. You never get to see his face. You get away, but you leave a trace. The fox is smarter than the hound. That's exactly why they hunt him down. You hear his little heart pound. Beat. Murder on the battleground. The head hunter takes the head. Yeah. He was meant to die before he fled.
A good hunter don't hunt for the kill. A good hunter hunts for the hunt. Now that's a perfect hit right there. That's a perfect shot. That's a clean kill right to the heart. Y'all see that?
The runner from the gunner. The gunner's gonna wanna kill it when he see him done away with. Almost captured. One of these days out, master the getaway. Getaway clean, I mean, it's not a way out. I mean, no hideaways, no routes. Was this about the hunt? Was this about the hunter? Was this about the hunter? Some will hunt to stay alive and survive. Others hunt to kill and try and divide. You can be on either side. Extinction in the hunter's eye. No remorse. In 100 years from now, everyone who's living on this planet will be dead. So it's inconsequential, really, all the shit that you talk, all the bullshit that you stand for. more important, what you ready to build, what you're ready to pass down to your children, what you're ready to create. Better fucking remember that. And when you challenge a motherfucker like me, remember, I'm the dominant species. I'm stuck inside the future, and life is chaotic. The government is psychotically racist and robotic. The matrix of entrapment is socio-economic. Neurotic conspiracy theory becomes reality. Life is war, and every day's a battle to me. I'm on the brink of insanity, between extreme intelligence and split personalities. But I elevate to the point of reversing gravity. Revolutionary conceptuality spitting out of me. Even the dead people in my family tell me they proud of me. Stupidity's not allowed by me, cause I don't got time to play. I'm the black hole lyricist that will take your shine away. Darkness at any time of day. I'm the technique and you're nobody. So what you trying to say? Stellar density becomes your physical alignment. 1.8 billion tons per square inch confinement. Yo. I drop knowledge so heavy it leaves the world unbalanced. Exterminate the spiritual force of all the challenge. I'm the lyrical apocalypse that crumbles the granite, replacing you as the dominant species on the planet. Yo. Lyrically, I'm infinite like possibilities, but you don't have the capability like infertility. Cause opening your mouth to question my validity is like trying to contradict the theory of relativity. What I spit is the epitome of heavy artillery. My enemies are obsessed with me like the bitch in Misery, but break out like fathers running from responsibility. Every time I step and abuse the mic with versatility, I balance humility with brutal instinct. I'll make your whole cipher look like those crackers from NSYNC. And I don't care about your link or your luxury car. I shed light with more magnitude than all of the stars. La Brea talk pit thick, so don't ever talk shit. And remember something, nigga, while you rave and rant. A roach can live for 9 days without its head, but you can't. Yo. I drop knowledge so heavy it leaves the world unbalanced. Exterminate the spiritual force of all the challenge. I'm the lyrical apocalypse that crumbles the granite, replacing you as the dominant species on the planet. Yo. I'm explicit like videotapes of conjugal visits. Some niggas are too stupid to understand it like astrophysics. Technique is exquisite. I'll make your thoughts a victory. Get pessimistic with the quickness. If you think that I will just become another statistic with anything but success, when I bless the mic as I spit this, specifically prolific with Kaposi sarcoma type sickness. My style is like a 10-year-old child with a slit wrist. Too much reality for the fucking hit list. I got a Black Panther mentality with a spick fist, so you could get dissed. Even if you're locally gold, vocally bold, the globally multi-platinum soul. I'm emotionally cold, disciplined, and ready to kill. Like spirits in the same room with you, I'm giving you chills. I drop knowledge while these motherfuckers clumsily spill. And I drop it so heavy, it leaves the world unbalanced. Exterminate the spiritual force of all the challenge. I'm the lyrical apocalypse that crumbles the granite, replacing you as the dominant species on the planet.
There's no telling what I'ma do. I'm 80,000 years of natural selection coming through. You ain't got as much aggression, possessions, weapons. I'll be damned if I get outdone by the next man. If your beliefs are different than mine, then we gonna fight. Who needs peace when you can profit from being right? I hold picket signs outside abortion clinic doors. Take what I want with force, and my God could kill yours. God dirty hippie, commie, scum, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Jew, Democrat, factory working, college student, you. My nervous system don't take no bullshit. Been dominating since the day I touched the monolith. I only breed with sex symbol worthy women. They stay at home and cook while I go out and make a living. Don't challenge my ego, don't step on my shoe. Otherwise the next wake that you attend might be with you.
Purpose, perseverance, wordless amoeba surface to lead the first coherent Paleolithic circus. Specific neural circuits link man to Neanderthal. However, recent biochemical imprints conflict with primitive urges. It's full-blown ontological warfare, murdering memories of the future 2 million years. Peace is a word we often say, but it can't exist as long as the ape is here to stay.
Yeah, Mike, welcome to Blaster Flexion.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And today we're bringing to you a very important broadcast. Obviously, I always say that. It's not a new thing for me to claim that these broadcasts are probably the most important thing you'll be viewing all week, right? Especially these Friday morning shows, right? The reason is because I'm bringing to you some important issues in terms of the themes of the psychology of the European. Okay. And in terms of Western history, right? Western psychology, right? And the destruction of America through what has been termed a race war, right? So hopefully we don't get to this type of, material, but a lot of it has to do with what appropriating our views of history. Now, one of those main views has to do with, as I've covered many times in this show, a little bit of it, just a tiny bit of a little covering of something that I covered on the last Saturday show, except for it was taken down due to me playing a independent film, which was heavily copyrighted. I did not anticipate that the copyright for this independent foreign film would be blocked in all countries. So it was a kind of a independent short film about technology creating itself in a way, so I thought it was metaphorical in terms of becoming a introduction for the show. But unfortunately, it was copyrighted. But in the beginning of that show, I did read a passage from Nietzsche, Human All Too Human. Now, I will release this video later, but I thought it would be blessings, brother. Bear Jew, thank you for being here as always. Thank you to Void for being here. Thank you, Creek Mary. It's good to see you. Healthy and well. I was hoping that nothing bad happened to you that day when you went to the city hall. And indeed, I did pray for you. Thank you for being here. And, it's good to see you here. All of you guys, got an intelligent crowd here, so I'll cut to the chase, right? Nietzsche had an interesting view of history and about warrior virtues. Now, when I opened up the series on manhood crisis, I was talking about the views of antiquity. That's good to hear. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah. And the views of antiquity in terms of conditioning the psychology of modern man and the views of history that were developed during the European Enlightenment that sort of still affect us today. If you see on the bottom of the screen there, scrolling, there is a expression of these views of history, right, which is a non-Hegelian synthesis, right? Remember Hegel, right, whose theories led to socialism and communism, right? And he and the philosopher Schelling, right, awoke every morning and went to go plant a tree of liberty, right, to celebrate the French Revolution. And Hegel indeed said that Nietzsche was the world spirit on horseback. This term, world spirit, sort of had borrowed from Neoplatonism, right, but sort of taken to a extension through the Kantian epistemology, right? Kant was an empiricist, right? It's important to understand that Kant was an empiricist. So German idealism actually starts in a kind of a very strange beginning, you know? How could German idealism, which begins with Kant, really begin in terms of empiricism? Well, that's because German idealism is a lot older. It really comes from Leibniz and Spinoza, right? Now, Nietzsche owed a particular debt to Spinoza, right? He thought of himself as Spinozian, and Spinoza was, of course, a famous Jewish philosopher, right? Okay, a famous Dutch Jewish philosopher, right? We of course have our friend Voy here. He's Dutch as well, right? So Spinoza was a Dutch philosopher who was banned by the community of Amsterdam, right? He was exiled by the Jewish community of Amsterdam and also by the Protestants for claiming that nature is God. This view was seen as heretical, but indeed it is a hearkening back to the views of Heraclitus in the ancient times, right? In the ancient times, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that, boy. Yeah. Yep. You know, yeah. And he wrote, if you look at his theopolitical treatise, right, Spinoza talks about the Jews in an interesting way. And he also mentions some who were Rosicrucians, right? And the philosopher Leibniz, who invented calculus independent of Newton, okay, he invented an infinitesimal calculus as Newton invented a calculus for the very large things. He invented one for the very small, right? Kind of a parallel view in math that kind of also parallels our current issues and themes in which the professionals argue and debate over quantum physics and relativistic physics. You know, the physics for the extremely large, the relativistic, and the physics for the extremely small, the quantum, right? They have a battle against these things, right? Right. So they can't really come to any same conclusion about which one is real, so to speak, right? Okay. Okay. But Nietzsche wanted to go back to a Heraclitean view. And what do I mean by a Heraclitean view? That is a view that nature is God, right? The pantheistic view, right? Okay. Okay. And this was brought forward by the view of Heraclitus, right? That kind of you know, if you go back to my Discordianism special, I kind of covered the views of Heraclitus, right? Who believed in chaos, right? He believed that mind ordered nature, right? He said that the thunderbolt steers all things, right? This is a quote by Heraclitus, right? And by the thunderbolt, he meant the Pir-e-Zun, which was the creative fire, right? He thought nature was molded through a creative fire and that all was melded through suffering and strife, right? And this is also kind of Nietzsche's view, right? He paid an ode to Heraclitus. He paid an ode to Spinoza, which was kind of an heir to Heraclitus, right? All of the West, right before that, was fundamentally based on the views and discussions of Plato's Parmenides, right? Where Parmenides rejected Plato's forms, right? So it came to a conclusion, right? That was also then on the other side, right? On the past view, it was Parmenides who rejected Aristotle's forms. And on the future view, right, it was Aristotle, right, who took the view of the correspondence theory, right? That our senses have to correspond, right? Right, with the empirical facts that we gain from the outside world, right? This sort of dualism, right, sort of created the way for empirical views, right? For this sort of, tabula rasa view, equality-based view of human beings, right? And this view came through the view of ontological transcendence, right? Right, that you could develop categories and have those categories be separate concepts, right? Okay, from things, right? Okay, this split between the essential and the predicative, right, was developed by Aristotle, as I just mentioned, right? Okay, moving a little fast here. It is what it is, right? Thank you, brother. Daddy's Big Funk Surprise. What a name. Daddy's Big Funk Surprise. Thank you for joining us, brother. Yeah. Peace. Okay, moving to the views of Nietzsche on morality, right? And I have a couple sources. I could play a video as well, kind of introduce you guys to the views, right? I can also open up Beyond Good and Evil and kind of go to the historical view, or I could open up another work entitled Genealogy of Morals, which I'm having trouble finding at the moment. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me find my Genealogy of Morals here for you guys. And then I will go ahead and read some of Nietzsche's views on human psychology, right? That you guys may have not been aware of, okay? Let me kind of go here because I have a lot of marginal rejoinders here, right? Let's move to the idea of resentiment, a key concept within Nietzschean philosophy. This idea of resentiment, I think that you guys will understand what I'm saying because this even helps to develop views as late as as late as um, as late as our friend who is Freud, right? Freud kind of uses the idea of repression, of anger, and all these things, right? In order to develop his understanding, right? So let me kind of get a good definition of resentment from Nietzsche, but kind of resentment is kind of a I guess it would be a wearing of your suffering as a badge. So it's a kind of vindication of one's moral repertoire, right? Based on one's view of one's own suffering, right? And oppression. So it's an internalization of revenge, right? The internalization of revenge and repudiation, okay, of a sort of bad sort of morality, a morality that he says, right? Right? He says, fortunately, I learned to separate theological prejudice from moral prejudice. Okay? Theological prejudice from moral prejudice. Okay? He's developing two types of morality, a slave morality and a master morality. Cease to look for the origin of evil behind the world. A certain amount of historical and philological schooling, together with the inborn fastidiousness, a taste in the respect
to psychological questions, right? In general, soon transform my problem into another one. Under what conditions did man devise these value judgments, good and evil, and what do they themselves possess? Have they hitherto hindered or furthered human prosperity? Are they a sign of distress, of impoverishment, of the degeneration of life? Or is there revealed in them, on the contrary, the plenitude, force, the will to life, its courage, certainty, future, right? And of course, by future, he does not mean progress, right? Nietzsche rejected the view of progress. He rejected the Hegelian synthesis. He rejected the hubris of science, right? And the anemic view of the British empiricists, right? Which he said kind of dealt with man on the basis of equality, right? And he kind of blamed science for this, right? Okay, he looked for a different kind of a science, right? Okay. Blessings, brother. Blessings, Cricket Day. It was good talking to you the other day about some whatever we were talking about the Bible, right? We were talking about Gospel of Luke and Matthews and all those things. Yep. Thank you for joining. And yeah, let me take a look at this because I actually had a interesting discussion with a Nietzsche, okay? With a kid who claimed to be a Nietzschean philosopher. Let's take a look at this. I forgot what this guy's name was, but okay, here it is. Kevin Ray Wilder, some sort of YouTube celebrity, right? And of course, we gave them the usual treatment that we give people in terms of we schooled them on Nietzsche, right? On this kind of, very lax version of Nietzschean philosophy that he had. Let's take a look at this video and elucidate some of Nietzsche's rejection of the liberal mindset. Let's and the theological mindset. He rejected them altogether, right? Why? How could he reject both? He's a unique thinker in that way. And the way he accomplished this was that he actually said that Christian morality, right, led to the liberal sort of understanding of things. So he kind of blamed Plato, right? And he kind of and Christianity. He kind of saw the melding of Plato and Christianity together at the outset of the moral quandaries which plagued Western civilization, right? But let's take a look at this video here. I don't know how long this is. Let's take a look here. It's about 10 minutes long. That's no problem. Let's take a look at this video. It'll explain a few things, Got into it with this guy.
I'll manually adjust your microphone. So
Yeah, thank you. If the showrunners could just adjust my microphone,
Yeah.
that'd be perfect.
I already took care of it. So what's up, man? What do you want to discuss?
Yeah, well, I've definitely read the genealogy of morals right here. I'm saying, right?
Sweet.
I mean, it's weird. I got the whole thing marked up right here. I really studied, Nietzsche's philosophy hardcore, especially Beyond Good and Evil, and also the Antichrist.
Mm.
And I think in the it's interesting in the Antichrist, he brings up, well, first of all, in Beyond Good and Evil, he says that that democratic values are the heir of the Christian movement. So he kind of says that he kind of blames Christianity for liberal values, and that's kind of a strange
and socialism.
Take. Now,
and socialism as well. He believes that Christianity is, or socialism is an inevitable result of Christianity because it's inherently slave morality. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. So I mean, a lot of people have taken to task this historical view. You know, especially now in our modern age, we see how, you know, feminist values are kind of piggybacked on the liberal values, but you see the patriarchal system kind of opposes that. And then Nietzsche's solution is more authoritarianism, not less. Look at in the Antichrist in sections 58 through 60, where he talks about Islam, and he says, and one of the things he brings up about Islam, he says Islam assumes men as the rulers of the society, whereas the same can't be found. Obviously, he doesn't think that about Christianity because he's criticizing Christianity as being in line with liberal values, or so to speak, or the equality of the sexes, or because he says it aspires towards collectivism. So I think you're presenting Nietzsche in a very strange way. What do you think about that? Because his solution would be more authoritarianism. He's not saying that's a fact of life, you know?
No. So what other works of Nietzsche have you read? So have you read the Gay Signs, Twilight of the Idols, any of those? It doesn't matter. But basically, the thing is with Nietzsche is that
those are some of his earlier works. I think Beyond Good and Evil and Genealogy of Morals and Antichrist reflect his later, more pure philosophy.
Twilight of the Idols came after Beyond Good and Evil. But Antichrist
Twilight of the Idols is making the same point against Twilight of the Idols is making the same point against Greek philosophy. So it's just, I mean, I've read significant parts of that work.
Okay. So hold on. This is going to get deeply philosophical. I'm going to try to make it entertaining so people don't drop off too much. But basically, Nietzsche.
Well, the last two calls were fails. I mean, I'm just saying. But
yeah. All right. So look, Nietzsche. He doesn't offer too many prescriptions. Again, you have to understand his fundamental belief is the will to power, and he also believes that there are two different types of people in this world: people of the nobility, the higher men, and people who are the herd. And so what he believes is that inevitably the herd don't have the ability to govern themselves, and everything in terms of power is fought amongst the higher men. So he is technically pro aristocratic values and the nobility.
Creek Mary, I got you on that question after I'm done watching this video here. Thank you so much.
I'm confused. You said he was critical of
where does
Greeks. It depends on which Greek. Hold on.
Where do women's rights fit into this picture? I'm very confused about that, because he would be anti-liberal, anti-feminist, pro-patriarchal, pro-authoritarian. I just don't understand.
No, I mean, I think this is a mistake a lot of people make, is that they look at Nietzsche as a prescriptive philosopher, and he's not. He is giving moral prescriptions, and his prescription is more patriarchy, more No. He's saying he said that that's basically inevitable, and that more so the power that's happening there based on the. Well, you don't really have a good understanding of Nietzsche, brother. I'm sorry.
No. I think you're. You said Nietzsche doesn't give prescriptions. That's ultimately completely false. Nietzsche.
I mean, he gives
on moral philosophy.
No, he gives prescriptions on an individual. I mean, what does he think about morality? Hold on. Wait, what does he think?
Hold on.
Explain what morality is from a.
You said I don't understand Nietzsche, and then you said Nietzsche doesn't give prescriptive.
Hold on.
What the
he
fuck
does from an individual to indivial basis. Let me tell you this, okay? What does Nietzsche
you've never
believe?
Read Nietzsche in Genealogy of Morals. He gives hundreds of prescriptive points. He says Islam should have conquered Europe. So what the fuck
based on the will to power, and that's not in the Genealogy of Morals.
Can we bring it back?
What does hold on? What does Nietzsche believe? Hold on. What does Nietzsche believe about morality? What is morality to Nietzsche? That's the central kind of question that he's talking about in Beyond Good and Evil.
He believes morals are fossilized violence, my friend. He's a Machiavellian in terms of morality. So I don't think you understand Nietzsche's morality.
No. What is morality? Hold on.
In terms of morality.
What is morality?
What is morality to Nietzsche, or what is morality?
Yes. No. What is morality to Nietzsche?
It's fossilized violence. Morals are
What is
fossilized violence.
Can you explain what fossilized violence is then, please?
I think it makes a lot of sense. The way Nietzsche put it, I'm using his own terminology to present the case. So if you've never heard
explain
that
the terminology,
before,
please.
I'm surprised. But he believes.
I mean, he said a bunch of
centuries
different
violence-
stuff, a bunch of so you can explain it, right? You can explain what fossilized.
That's
Please
what the
explain
fuck
what
I'm
fossilized
doing. But you
violence
keep
is.
cutting me off. Yes. I'm explaining it in Nietzsche's own terms, and you're saying they're that you've never heard of these terms.
Once
that,
you explain the
I
term,
mean,
you
it's
have to
amazing.
explain what the term
And then you're
is.
telling me that I don't understand Nietzsche. I mean, that's fucking amazing.
You don't.
What the fuck
Because
are
you can't
talking
explain what morality is to Nietzsche.
Why
So
are we
I-
debating
You're not
Nietzsche?
letting
Repeat
me
again.
explain it.
What
You're
does
not letting me
fossilized
explain it, and then
violence
you're
mean?
critiquing the terms. You're critiquing the terms when I'm using Nietzsche's own terms. So, and then
I'm
you're telling
asking
me,
you what
I don't
fossilized
understand
violence
Nietzsche.
means.
What the fuck? You don't understand Nietzsche.
Okay, if you understand him, you should be able to explain what fossilized violence is.
Nietzsche
Go
doesn't
ahead.
give
What is
prescriptive
it?
terms. Wait, hold on. Nietzsche never gives prescriptive terms.
Just
What the fuck are you
explain.
talking about?
You brought this up.
He's
You're like,
criticizing
hey,
liberalism.
no. I said, hey, what is
This fucking
morality
guy
to
doesn't
Nietzsche? You're like,
understand
it's
Nietzsche. This
fossilized
guy's
violence.
telling
I'm like,
everybody
explain
he doesn't
fossilized
understand
violence,
Nietzsche.
and you
This
can't.
guy's telling everybody he doesn't understand Nietzsche. I'm using Nietzsche's own terminology, and he doesn't even recognize it because he doesn't even know
Explain
what the fuck he's talking
fossilized.
about.
Explain fossilized violence.
I'd be happy to. But stop
Go
cutting
ahead.
me off, and I'll explain it to you, my friend. What the fuck are you doing? Okay.
I'm silent. Go ahead. Explain it.
Go ahead.
I like this room. I get to breathe and talk and shit. Fossilized violence is the concept that the violence of the past, the lesser groups over time, they start to make society towards collectivist values. Basically, morals are a form in society. Don't steal, don't harm other people. This is because people have stolen and harmed other people in the past. So the results of this continued violence is why we develop morality. That's what he says.
Okay.
He
So in simpler terms, what morality is to Nietzsche is you have to go to the underlying. Hold on. You have to go to the underlying metaphysic or lack thereof of Nietzschean philosophy, which is the will to power. So each and every one of us have something that we're trying to will, sometimes in a collective effort or an individual effort. And when you're not able to express that will correctly or the way in which you want to express it, then you end up developing morals as a cope for that. So the aristocracy originally, he makes a distinction between good and bad, good and evil in the genealogy of morals. So good and bad
is saying
is
this
what
is a
the
good
nobles.
thing? He's
No.
saying you're saying this process is inevitable, but is he saying this process is a good thing? And doesn't he give
No.
prescriptive remedies against this process?
He doesn't say that process is a good thing. He tries to look at it purely from a descriptive lens. Now, what happens
No.
is, and
He
this
also
is-
looked at it from a prescriptive lens.
Okay, can you explain the prescriptive lens, please?
All right, wait, guys. I'm gonna
The
mute both.
authoritarian.
This is turning into a niche debate. Wait, hang on. I don't care. It's completely irrelevant. I let it go for about 10 minutes, but I do want to keep it moving. So why don't you guys just exchange contacts? You guys can set up a debate, talk about this for hours. I think that's so much better than trying to do it on here with the topics totally different. So I'm going to meet both of you. But yeah, you guys can exchange contacts. You guys can set it up.
Yes, you can email me, MachineLies, KevinRayWalder@gmail.com. I'm happy to have a full discussion about this because this is the type of stuff that I love. So
yeah, no worries. Yeah. I'll try to get in contact with you.
Yeah.
Have a blessed
Remember,
day.
Kevin Ray.
Yeah, I tried to email that fool, but we didn't get around to having a conversation, and it doesn't seem that interesting because why would I mean, Nietzsche gives clear moral prescriptions. That's the problem. So his inability to understand Nietzsche's moral prescriptive claims, especially in terms of authoritarianism, and then alluding to some abstract concept such as will to power that is fundamentally developed in his posthumous works, that were not really curated by Nietzsche himself. So I didn't understand that interaction, but I think it allows you guys to understand the certain etchings of Nietzsche's moral quandaries, right? How Nietzsche approached moral questions. And let's go to this issue here. He talks about the death of European society. This is an interesting claim that he makes. He says, what was at stake was the value of morality. Okay, he's not talking about inevitability. Okay, he's not a Hegelian, right? He doesn't have a progress-centered ethos. Okay, he's talking about the antiquity, okay, of the value system. Okay, I mean the value system of antiquity. I'm sorry. Yeah, the value system of antiquity, right? A historical view instead of a progress-oriented view, right? So, this man does not really understand Nietzschean philosophy, in my opinion, right? And he tries to conflate Nietzschean philosophy with feminism. That's really where he was coming from. So, he could have used Nietzsche to reject both Christian value systems, right, and liberal value systems if he talked about how Nietzsche linked the two together historically, right? But he didn't choose to do that, right? Instead, he chose to promulgate a feminist will to power through some sort of blend of Nietzsche and Jung, and it was rather bizarre. But anyways, it was a promulgation of wrapping Nietzsche up in liberalism, right? Right, and making him this kind of inevitabilist, right? Progress-oriented thinker, right? When Nietzsche didn't believe in progress, indeed, he believed in eternal recurrence, so progress was impossible, right? He developed a view of time, metaphysical view of time that made progress impossible, right? Anyways, right? He says, what was at stake was the value of morality. And over this, I had come to terms almost exclusively with my great teacher Schopenhauer, to whom that book of mine, the passion of the concealed contradiction of that book, addressed itself, if contemporary. Okay, so he's rejecting Schopenhauer, right, on the one end, right? He's talking about, okay, and he also rejects Rousseau, right? So he's rejecting all previous sort of moral systems, right? Rousseau had a view based on pity, right? Schopenhauer had a view based on the denial of the will to life, right? Okay. And Hegel had a view of progress, right? So what Nietzsche does is that he simply rejects the morality of pity, right? He rejects the view of the denial of will to life, and he bases his philosophy on the affirmation of the will to life, right? And then he simply rejects progress with this sort of eternal recurrence, schemata, that he draws on, and I'll get into this right now, you know what I mean? And then we'll move into a different work, Beyond Good and Evil, right? You see some more of his historical views, all right? Okay, let's go on a little bit. What was especially at stake was the value of the unegoistic, right? The unegoistic. Okay. This is a kind of a view that they got from Eastern philosophy, right? The defeating the ego, suppressing the ego, right? He thought this was linked to this concept of resentment, right? Indeed, right? Okay, the instincts of pity, self-abnegation, self-sacrifice, which Schopenhauer had gilded, deified, and projected into the beyond for so long that at last they became for him, quote unquote, value in itself, value in itself, value in itself, value in itself, on the basis of which said no to life and to himself, and against precisely these instincts that spoke from me ever fundamental mistrust and ever more corrosive skepticism. Anyways, let me move to Creek Mary's question with respect to our dear friend Creek Mary. The machine lies. Does Islam have an equivalent to the Virgin Mary? Indeed, Islam incorporates the Virgin Mary into the schemata of the religious framework. Obviously, between Jesus and Muhammad in Islam, there are no prophets. Okay, Jesus is not seen as God, but he is seen as a special creation of God. And also, Mary is seen as a prophetess. So, Mary is venerated in the Quran in a surah called Surah Maryam. It's the third surah of the Quran, Surah Maryam, right? Okay, it talks all about the birth of Jesus and talks about Mary and talks about how important it was for Mary and how important it is for Muslims to realize how the view of Christians that God has taken a son for himself, okay? And also but rather that he had chosen Mary, okay, through the angel Gabriel, right, to give birth to this special child, right, um through a miracle, right, because Gabriel messaged the fact that Jesus was going to be born through immaculate conception, right? Okay, so we believe in the concept of the immaculate conception. So God created Jesus by calling him into existence the same way he called Adam into existence, right? So Jesus has a similar birth, right? So there's certain parallels, right? And also Jesus did not die, right? He's being preserved. So we as Christians believe that Yeshua lives, right? So do Muslims believe that that Christ is alive. Although we don't believe that he died and then came back to life. We only believe in the life of Jesus. So there is no concept that Jesus was crucified and died, but there is a concept that Jesus will return to slay the Antichrist. So Mary is seen as a prophetess, a daughter of Imran, right? Okay, who is a prophet in the Quran, right? And also a related to John the Baptist. All of these things are also discussed in the Gospel of Luke, right? So there is certain parallels there. Well, that's as much information as I'll give right now, right? But we can talk more about the problem. Feel free to email me, and thank you so much for your inquiry. But yeah. Let's move on to Nietzsche's view of morality, right? Okay, a retrospective wariness, he says, the will turning against life, the tender and sorrowful signs, the ultimate illness, I understood, the ever spreading morality of pity that had seized even on philosophers, made them ill as the most sinister symptom of a European culture that it had itself become sinister, perhaps as its bypass to a new Buddhism, to a Buddhism for Europeans. Okay. Now, interesting, because remember I said that Schopenhauer developed the denial of the will to life, the denial of the egoic mind, right? From the sort of Buddhist and the Asian philosophy, right? You know? So, yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bless you guys. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I'm good to hear that, brother Jeff. Yeah. You know, those pills are no good. You know what I mean? Killing ourselves with those pills. Bless you guys. If we could find natural remedies instead, it's always the best. You know what I mean? All right, everyone. Yeah, I heard like, people take turmeric and magnesium and these things, take high doses of these things to smooth out their joints and stuff. you know, and you take some of that hemp, you know, whatever that CBD cream is or whatever, rub it on your back. You know what I mean? That stuff is always, you know, some hemp ointment, rub it on your back. You know, it helps a lot. You go to sleep with that, you know, it's great. But yeah, bless you guys, man. You know what I mean? Buddhism for Europeans to nihilism. Okay, the ultimate self-defeat of Europeans, a Buddhism, right? Buddhism, right? Right. Anyways, let's go to more stuff here. This is another aspect of things that I was talking about, which is the view of the rejection of progress. Okay, the view of the rejection of progress. Okay, the progress-centered ethos. Okay, let's go to that. Okay, let's go here. Progress. Certain that the historical spirit, he says in the first essay in the second paragraph, certain that the historical spirit itself is lacking in them. Okay. Okay. All respect then for the good spirits that may rule in these historians of morality. Precisely all good spirits of history itself have left them in the lurch. As is the hallowed custom with philosophers, the thinking of all them is by nature unhistorical. There is no doubt about that. See, universal morality and universal customs, and you know what I mean? The view of progress, right? It denies the historical view. It denies the traditions of the past, right? It goes to a sort of unification that's based in the future, right? Okay, let's go. Okay, instead of a distinction that's based in the past, right? Anyways, as is the hallowed custom with philosophers, the thinking of all them is by nature unhistorical. There's no doubt about that. They have the way they have bungled their moral genealogy comes to light at the beginning, right? Genealogy, right? That's what I meant from fossilized morality, right? He took a archaeological view of morality, right? Right? Okay, one might say he was the first primitive futurist or gothic futurist, right? Okay, he had a medieval sense of morality, right? Okay, moral genealogy comes to light at the beginning, where the task is to investigate the origin of the concept of the judgment, quote unquote, good, quote unquote, originality. So they decree, quote, one approved unegoistic actions and call them good from the point of view of those to whom they were done. That is to say, those to whom they were useful. Later, one forgot how this approval originated, and simply because unegoistic actions were always habitually praised as good, one also felt them to be good as if they were something good in themselves. One sees straight away that this primary derivation already consists of all typical traits of idiosyncrasy of the English psychologists. English psychologists. Okay. We have quote unquote utility, quote unquote forgetting, quote unquote habit. Right? Okay. These concepts of the bad sort of morality. All right. Okay. Okay, forgetting, habit. And finally, quote unquote error, right? This tabula rasa view, right? Okay, view that's based on empiricism. All the basis of an evaluation of the higher man has hitherto been proud as though it were a kind of prerogative of man as such. This pride has to be humbled, this evaluation disvalued. Has that end been achieved, right? Okay. Let's go more to that. Let's go here to this concept, right? which he defines in Genealogy of Morals, which is called resentiment, right? Resentiment, right? And he's drawing from Herbert Spencer and others, right? Okay. Which is talking about the survival of the fittest, right? Okay. So he's saying the concept of good identical to the concept of useful, right? Anyways, let's go to the concept of resentiment, which goes to the revaluation of values, and compare it with the views of Christian anthropology. Okay, I saw an interesting video about it this morning. Let's take a look at this. Nietzsche v. Rene Girard. You know, you guys will be interested to hear about Rene Girard, who kind of inverted the Nietzschean view of psychology and talked about the kind of collective morality, right, based on the mimetic, okay, and you know, that this was actually, you know, condensed through a sort of scapegoat to an understanding of us versus them, okay, that kind of conditioned our collective psychology, right? So he kind of understood you know, the underpinnings of, you know, this culture, which is the mimetic sort of, you know, underpinning of this scapegoat, you know. So he kind of inverted Nietzsche's thinking, right, about the slave morality and the master morality into a collective morality, right? Of course, Nietzsche called the slave morality the herd mentality. Okay. The herd mentality. Okay. Let's take a look at some of this. I'm going to put some bowl here, and, you know, and we're going to move on to other issues too. And we'll continue some of this on tomorrow morning's show, you know, in terms of the Nietzschean understanding of things. Thank you guys for joining us.
This versus the crucified. In Ecce Homo and in Nietzsche's notes collected in The Will to Power, Nietzsche described this phrase as the essence of his philosophy. From the very beginning of his career, Nietzsche's worldview was profoundly influenced by his perception of a completely different set of moral sentiments, a completely different perspective on the world, which came out of what he called the Antica Morale, the whole morality of antiquity. And specifically, he finds it in the Hellenic.
The whole morality of antiquity, right? So, Antica Morale, the historical spirit, right? Historical spirit, right? That's critical to understanding, okay? It's the view of history defining morality, which is fundamentally a Machiavellian view, right? Not that our morality comes from moral principles, right? Or ethics, right? Or by a sort of a theological sensibility, right? Which comes from the you know, extrapolation into the abstract and the metaphysical, where our morals are grounded in the higher, you know, understanding, right, of God and truth and those things, right? Okay. So there's two ways of looking at these things, but they're kind of all both come from the same view, right? Right. And Nietzsche kind of termed this whole view, right, this kind of Platonic Christian synthesis, right? Right? Right. The view of principles coming from reason and nature, right, into the abstract reason, right, which is the higher sense, You know, and then the other view of Christianity, where they kind of come down from heaven, right? They're kind of being preserved on a higher scale, right? And of course, we attain to that higher scale, right, by purifying the base instincts, right? Okay. So in Nietzsche's view, right, this is a destruction of the body, right? Right. And in the Christian view, right, it's a destruction of the innate sinful nature, right, within man, right, which is prone to death and destruction, right? Right now, Nietzsche inverts this, right? And he kind of takes death and destruction, remember the Heraclitean view, right, as the apex, right, as the itself the purifying game, right? Okay, through nature, right? Not going beyond nature, right? Okay, he says it is with the beyond that one kills life, right? I'd like to see comparable explanations on these YouTube celebrity channels about Nietzschean philosophy. This gentleman here puts the case rather clearly, right? But anyways, let's take a listen to what he says here.
Greek civilization, what he calls a tragic outlook on life.
So remember, Antica Morale, the philosophy of the past, the historical spirit, right? This new kind of morality based on the traditions of the past, he's kind of saying, right? Right? Not a future-oriented, progress-oriented mode. Anyways, we've already covered Nietzsche's view on progress and evolution. He rejects it, right? Anyways.
Pessimism of strength, as he defines it. This worldview is exemplified in the dramatic tragedies in which the Greek heroes are inevitably doomed to suffer and die. The tragic outlook affirmed life in all its suffering. And Nietzsche says that these Greek tragedies came out of the Hellenic spirit of excess. This was a culture established on the basis of that excess. They had a cruel morality in which comfort was regarded as a danger, labor was regarded as a disgrace, pity was regarded as contemptible, and madness and violence were seen as almost sacred. That's the tragic, the Antica Morale, the pessimism of strength, the Dionysian. These terms are all related for Nietzsche, a worldview that recognizes violence as a force that helps to establish and maintain culture. It's a worldview that celebrates life and culture along with all the violence in it, and sanctions violence in certain circumstances, and commemorates this violence in its myth and ritual. What Nietzsche calls the morality of the crucified, meanwhile, is the morality that revolts against this Antica Morale. And this.
Thank you for joining, Divine Spirit, and good morning, you know. And of course, you know, Rene Girard is going to take the crucified and apply it to the ultimate sensibility of the basis for all of our morality, you know, by using this idea of the scapegoat, right, with a sort of, you know, I guess Christian secularism that he's sort of espousing, you know, is the great antithesis to the Nietzschean system, right? And also one could be seen in the book Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. He has long, you know, attacks on Nietzschean philosophy, but, you know, one could debate among themselves which one of these experts actually understood what they were competing against. If one wants to read Nietzsche, read these guys, give a comparative analysis, of course, one is free to do that. You know, I'm simply just presenting the resources for you guys. You know, thank you. Blessings. And blessings to my friend Just Frank. Thank you for being here, brother. Good to see you.
This morality takes the historical form of Christianity, the religion of Jesus, the God on the cross, the God who became.
No, I don't. No, I don't believe that. I believe the world is created by God, right? As I've said earlier on this show, I believe that you know, nature is God-made technology, and technology that we make is man-made nature, right? A copy of a copy, to borrow a term from Plato, right? But anyways,
man and was crucified. This is a religion in which nonviolence is preached. Rather than vengeance, forgiveness. Rather than the group using violence against the individual in order to maintain culture, Christianity preaches the innocence of the martyred individual.
but by the way, it's important to realize that, going back to this question, that the Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle, you know, and all the way up until Einstein, you know, basically, you know, had kind of, you know, given the expansion of Newtonian physics with this relativistic outlook. You know, they had this understanding that the world was eternal, right? They thought that the world was never created, right? They thought, the Platonic and the Aristotelian philosophers, right? You know, in Plato's view, he thought the world was an emanation of the forms. In Aristotle's view, he thought that the world was actually arrived at through being melded through the void. So God melded matter through the void and formed matter, but matter was already there. So whatever the world is made out of was already there. God just molded it. But anyways, those are the two views of their cosmology, you know. But anyways, thank you for inquiring, Peace. I love these theological, philosophical questions. You know, bless you guys.
Teaches us to turn the other cheek. Nietzsche sees this as what he calls the slave revolt in morality, an oppressed underclass that creates this morality based on forgiveness because the ones who first preached and fostered the religion were themselves victimized and unable to take revenge against those who victimized and oppressed them. So in a sense, they were forced to forgive, and thus they declare that only the path of forgiveness is good and the path of vengeance is bad, evil, sinful, wicked. Christianity as a world religion is thus unique in this respect. It is the ultimate expression of siding with the weak, with the victim, against the victimizers. It presents to us a world in which, as Nietzsche describes the Christian vision, quote, the just man is tortured to death. Power is rejected, use of violence is rejected. And thus, as a consequence, so Nietzsche's criticism goes, the method that mankind has always utilized to establish and maintain culture is also rejected. Christianity uproots the tragic worldview. It doesn't affirm this life and all its suffering. Rather, it turns its attention to the redemption from said suffering found beyond this life. And the result is that Christianity becomes an anti-worldly religion. And Nietzsche's entire career can be seen as an attempt to counterpose the worldly religions of the pre-Christian era, exemplified in his mind by the Greek pagans, as an opposing perspective to the Christian worldview that rules European modernity. Nietzsche certainly seems to take sides in the conflict. In absentia of the exercise of worldly power, of the ability to take revenge, we encounter this.
You hear that, guys? Nietzsche took sides in the conflict, unlike what our friend Kevin Ray Wilder was saying earlier. He doesn't give prescriptive morality. He doesn't make prescriptive claims. Come on, dude. What are you talking about? And he's telling me I don't understand Nietzsche. What a joke. You know, what a fucking joke. And get this guy off the stage and put a real guy on the stage, like whoever's running this fucking podcast. You know, Mr. Essential Salts. You know, the real OG of Nietzsche. Remember? From the Nietzsche damn podcast. This dude talks about Nietzsche on almost every single one of his shows, I guess. He's like an expert on this shit, basically. You know. But yeah, I mean, I have some disagreements with what he says too, but it is what it is, man.
The psychological poison of ressentiment, in which one feels that they wish to lash out, to hurt the one who has hurt them, but they cannot actually do it. They cannot actually act out their revenge. The desire to hurt is felt rather than acted. Ressentiment, or resentment in English, is the word for this psychological state.
By the way, can you imagine how much sublimation of rage and vengefulness is sought through these online interactions? You know what I mean? I mean, you're talking about a entire population of people who are completely ineffectual, you know, in terms of, you know, actually affecting anyone's state of mind. So they retreat to these online spaces, you know, in which they pester each other constantly. You know what I mean, right? You know, I mean, you see some of these shows. I mean, like, I mean, what are these shows? I mean, the show. I mean, just the shows in the area. You know, you got Cockboy Hotline, Gimp Unslaved. You know, Talcott's become a fucking festival for emotional airing out. You know, of this community sort of forums. You know, where people are airing out their grievances with each other. You know, which is kind of sad. You know, it's sad to see that these people who don't even know each other. You know what I mean? And also on that flow state channel, you know, it's just constant gossip. You know, 24/7 gossip. You know, you see the people in the chat, you know, one chat, then you see them in another chat, and they're just constantly sublimating their rage, you know, through their online interactions. You know, petty sort of vengefulness. You know, a subterranean form of revenge. You know, this is resentment, right? This sort of calcified rage, you know, that's sort of ineffectual, right? Vestigial, to borrow a term from his critique of evolution, right?
Which prompts one to, among other things, craft an imaginary revenge for one's enemies. This inner drama produces bad conscience, or guilt as we say it in plain language, as the person in question knows that their desire for revenge is itself a sin, and they feel that they should forgive, but know that they cannot. The entire Christian religion is driven by this inner sense of guilt, of recriminating oneself for being, in so many words, a living being that wants to strike out against that which does it harm. An animal with sexual impulses, violent impulses, cruel or excessive impulses. This dark workshop of the psyche, as Nietzsche calls it, is created by religion, the Christian religion, in which resentment and bad conscience mount upon one another.
Hold on. Why is this agenda planned? Oh yeah, I've done a lot of shows on the questions behind why the agenda is planned. You know, I think part and parcel of the problem, as I just mentioned, is the technological issue, right? But also, why is the agenda being planned on such a mass scale? You know, well, it's the same reason why, you know, as Nietzsche is kind of outlining, you know, they gave lesser gods to the people, right? While they followed their own super religious tasks, right? They put dummies in charge to give lesser gods to the people, right? This is kind of how the Brahmin have a hidden rule. They select their rulers, and nobody even sees who the real rulers are, right? So this is the whole idea of giving a different sort of morality to the population, right, than one has for themselves, right? One attains to a higher set of morals, right, that one only gives to the initiates, right? So, of course, you could see how this applies to the system of rule, you know. Uh, as it says in the Tao Te Ching, you know, the best ruler is but a shadowy presence, right?
Another, creating inner tortures never before possible. And that's what Nietzsche sees as the great harm done to the European psyche in the wake of Christianity. He attacks Christianity as a unique evil in having perpetrated this state of affairs upon the human mind. There are some who have criticized Nietzsche on the basis that he simply advocates for a simple-minded return to the Dionysian worldview, as if we could simply go back to the way things were after 2,000 years of Christianity.
Yeah, it's like in the Federalist Papers, right? He says, Thomas Jefferson is writing about equality and how all men are created equal, but in the Federalist Papers, it's talking about the tyranny of the majority, right? That if every Athenian was a Socrates, all of Athens would be a mob, right? Well, they don't believe in the tyranny of the majority, right? That the base sort of people, the common herd, should rule over people. No, they believe that filtering devices should be put in, right? Such as a system of checks and balances and the right representative system, right? In order that the best sort of people rise to the top, right? The most educated classes rise to the top, right? So the people who rule don't believe in equality. They sell equality to the general populace, right? And if you get hung up on the idea of equality, well, you're not going to be an aristocrat. It's just that easy, right? That's what Nietzsche's saying, right? Anyways. And that's why he calls it the morality of the herd. But yeah.
I would argue that we must bear in mind that Nietzsche said he was attempting to create a philosophy of the future. I don't think that Nietzsche was naive enough to think that we would simply
I'll have to totally disagree with that point, right? And this guy knows that. He did a whole podcast on how Nietzsche's view of eternal recurrence rejects the view of futurism and progress and all these things. So he's well aware of these things, but he's meaning future in the colloquial sense of vitality, right? And like winning, not like future as in like progress, right? As in the inevitable, right? As in being pulled along, right, to the future, right? That's false.
Establish the Hellenic polis that once were the cultural center of all Europe and forget everything that had been done and said and thought and felt in the long history of Christendom. Nevertheless, it is central to his project, this contrast between Dionysus and the crucified, as he says himself, that there is something which is only elucidated when we put these two starkly different worldviews into contrast with one another, that we see them both all the more clearly in the light of that contrast. And Nietzsche claims that he had found a new approach to the ancient world, that no one before him had really perceived or fully articulated the nature of that profound contrast between worldly pre-Christian values and the otherworldly post-Christian values. And many of Nietzsche's critics have taken issue with this characterization of Christianity, many of his Christian critics, and they have pushed back on him on that basis, saying, that the meek shall inherit the earth, though that doesn't actually mean the weak. That means men who keep their swords sheathed shall inherit the earth. And turn the other cheek might not actually be a call to simply endure evil. There might be some other metaphorical meaning behind it. There's usually this kind of argument that Christianity is not as weak as Nietzsche says it is. But French philosopher René Girard is not one of those types of critics. He is critical of Nietzsche, very critical, but not on the basis that Nietzsche has mischaracterized this contrast. In fact, Girard would agree that Nietzsche was one of the few to recognize this fundamental distinction, if not the only one, before Girard himself, that is. In his 1984 essay entitled Dionysus versus the Crucified, Girard brings this crucial dichotomy to the forefront. Girard writes, quote, "The anti-Christian polemics of Nietzsche have received scant attention since World War II. Why? If they were asked, they never are, contemporary Nietzscheans would probably answer that their thinker's passionate attitude towards religion has lost its relevance. Nietzsche remains, quote, important because of some avatars of his that came to light in recent years, mostly through the ingenuity of French critics. Nietzsche, the genealogist, Nietzsche, the advocate of free play, Nietzsche, the exponent of counterculture. Different as they are from one another, at least in some respects, these avatars are all alike in their indifference to the great struggle that obsessed the last lucid years of Nietzsche. Is there some obscure reason why this should be? Is there something inopportune or embarrassing about the theme? Is it strategically advisable not to insist upon it? End quote. Girard rightly points out, I think, that this resolutely anti-Christian character of Nietzsche's thought runs to the very core of his philosophy. And it's not an aspect that is necessarily emphasized by the postmodernist figures in France who adopted Nietzsche as their forerunner. Perhaps with Deleuze excluded, in my opinion. Although I think Girard might be referencing him there by invoking Nietzsche, the genealogist. But Girard says no, this is the central orienting principle of Nietzsche's philosophical outlook, Dionysus versus the crucified. And Girard does not take issue with that framing. He wholly agrees, yes, this is the situation. Christianity was a unique religion that arose to defeat the use of violence to sustain culture. But Girard wholeheartedly throws in his lot with the crucified. His criticism of modernity is not that it is too Christian or still driven by Christian values, rather that modernity has insufficiently carried out the revaluation of values demanded by Christianity. That Christianity wounded vengeance but was unable to fully destroy it. Fundamentally, the choice is between the human world of culture, which is inherently violent, and the worldview that idealizes the otherworldly and attempts to transcend all violence in the name of it. This is Girard's rather unique stance on Nietzsche from a critical perspective. He fully signs on with all of Nietzsche's descriptive assessments, but comes to a fundamentally opposed conclusion as regards Nietzsche's prescriptive.
Uh-oh, what's going on here? Did I miss something? You guys got to fill me in. The panel news segment. You guys click the link and fill me in, please. You know, what's going on here? I mean, I must have missed that show, but yeah, I'll have to check it out later.
Conclusions. So today we're going to consider what we will therefore call the case for the crucified. If this whole podcast has been several different variations, different articulations of the case for the Dionysian, this is the case for the religion of the God who died on the cross from the Girardian perspective. But before we get into that essay, we'll first consider René Girard's life and background, as well as a few key concepts in his thought that will help us fully understand his critique and his rejection of Nietzsche. René Girard was born in Avignon, France in 1923 on Christmas Day. He was 16 years old when the Nazis invaded France in 1940. Girard lived under this occupation, and he attended university in Paris while the Germans were in power. Girard told his biographer, quote,
Uh-oh. Was he doing a segment on eating the box again? Yo, that's foul, man. You know, the ladies need love, you know what I mean? You know, the box needs love, you know what I mean? You need to eat the box. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I can't believe that he has that preference. But yeah, I mean, it is very strange. It's like somebody who doesn't like pizza or fucking, you know what I mean? Or like something that everybody likes, you know, honestly. All right.
hated it. I hated Paris. I hated Paris more than any other city, end quote. The reason that Girard hated Paris so much, or one of the reasons, had a great deal to do with the occupation itself. He was a French subject of the Nazis, and so Girard could be stopped by a German officer at any time and asked to present his papers. You were always sort of living under their boot heel in a large city like Paris, an important city like Paris. The defeat of France was also considered humiliating, and living under the Nazi domination created a constant state of paranoia. It was just sort of in the air in Paris at the time. The French people were split between those who'd chosen to cooperate with the Nazis and those who were inclined to fight against them or to aid the resistance. Because of this split, Parisians lived in a state of constant suspicion.
Ah, that's nonsense. Drink some fruit juice, you'll be fine. Drink some tea or some shit. Drink some green tea, you'll be fine. Yeah, bless. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we be doing it big out here. The machine lies. I'm gonna take a little break here and do a little smoke break, and then I'm gonna get into the news. But yeah, if you guys have panel news from the panel, sphere, go ahead and hit me with that panel news. You know what I mean? Come up on stream and hit me. You know? Yeah, bless. You do it from the chat too. Thank you.
Rumors would abound, who had sympathies with the Germans, who had their sympathies with the resistance. Sometimes people would make accusations or use such rumors in order to tar someone else's name. And Girard said that in Paris, he lived on an incredibly tight budget and oftentimes went hungry. So he was, it was just a terrible time in French history. And it's likely that this experience, when contrasted with the peace and safety of his upbringing in quiet Avignon, probably shaped his entire outlook on life. After the war, Girard journeyed to the United States in the year 1947. He taught at the University of Indiana. He taught French and French literature.
It's obvious to me that that Girard's philosophy or his sort of psychological landscape is a return to Rousseau. He's countering Nietzsche with Rousseau. It's a return to the psychologizing of pity. He kind of talks about pity and how it's sort of the reversal of the attitude of the sinful nature, right? And of course, he was influenced by Thomas A. Kempis' imitation of Christ in that regard. I'm talking about Rousseau now, but yeah. Okay, I'm done reading, so I'm going to change my glasses and put on my sunglasses here. And yeah, we'll get into some news, and also we'll go ahead and watch a little bit more of this. Okay, a couple more minutes of this, and then I'll go ahead and take a little smoke break with you guys. So if you guys got some trees, go ahead and roll up something for you guys and take a little smoke break with me if you want. You know what I mean?
One thing to note is that Girard is not, properly speaking, a French philosopher, even though there are philosophical implications to his ideas and found throughout his entire body of work. He never conceived of himself that way. Girard is many things: a historian, literary critic, an anthropologist, a sociologist, a religious apologist. It's almost because he's combined so many of these different approaches to really studying humanity that the scope of his ideas became so far-reaching that the only word we really can apply to him is that of philosopher. Properly speaking, he's a polymath. But, in a way, Girard is just a man who began to correlate a series of ideas about humankind from work that he did in all sorts of different disciplines. In this respect, Girard has been compared by several scholars to the 19th century amateur archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann. Schliemann's another fascinating figure who we could spend a whole podcast discussing, but he's known primarily for having excavated the ancient city of Troy. Schliemann, like so many other German boys, it seems, became enamored with the Hellenic Greek world as a child. But his family's station in life was not such that he could go and become an academic. He worked as a grocer. He was a cabin boy on a ship. He learned a dozen languages. And eventually, once he'd made enough capital as a businessman, he was able to journey to Greece and to Turkey, using as his guide the work of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Schliemann believed that there were enough context clues, enough little details given in these epic poems of Homer, that one could follow the clues and locate the city of Troy, or locate the places that Odysseus and his crew visited in the Odyssey.
Yeah, Nietzsche was a great Hellenophile too, seen in this concept of Antica Morales, the morality of antiquity. Let's go ahead and play a song here so that we can smoke, and then we'll move on to some news. Shmuley Boteach losing his mind, as you saw on the cover. We'll discuss what happened. Wild.
There is a darkness inside of me. It wants to get out, wants to walk around. It wants some walking around money, and it wants to buy some shoes, and it wants to walk up to the people and say, "Hey, Gator don't play no shit. You feel me?
There's a darkness inside of me. My sanity profits from other miseries. Fat body, ugly, dark, unattractive. Destinations be homeless. Suicidal assassinations. My alter ego submersion radiation. Inhale the screams of gas. Flammable gas like oxygen. I like to drink the piss from bitches with big tits. Milky white, soft skin. Look so exotic the way the blade slices turns and sits in. Took out to the autopsy by myself with the body's eyes wide open. Been hit to this fentanyl, man. I'm still breathing. Damn. Should've took it more serious when a Southern Baptist pastor called me a demon. Interrogation on why I pray over dead rabbit. Indulge in a bowl for horse, period. You must be curious. The victim died, circumstances puzzle the FBI mysterious. I sell toxic fumes with spread that causes other illnesses. Severed heads, several angels broke their trumpets several times since 17. Commit 70 crimes since 1979. When payphones assist, all you needed was a dime. My last call for alcohol. Under the influence, everybody knows I'm only one capable of doing it. Silence is golden. I took my vitamins with Hulk Hogan. Facial expression only suggesting everything is fine until I stalked one more line. My mind was open. Nothing coming out my mouth but flies. No sound acid tripping. I'm viewed as a mind. Medic depression. The world is fast forward while I'm stuck on rewind. The clock is ticking. I swear I'm not chicken. When pushing this button, everybody dies. Bodies will be exhumated, transformed and rolled out alongside Optimus Prime. Dump sites can be traced by following the trails left by the slime.
You feel me?
Big vamping, flash, invade your camp. Domes on sticks as DNA drips. Sticking to wood splinters. Sticks arranged at vital points. Sticking out to the other side. Last breath they said was, please take me to the other side. They not down to ride. I can see it in your eyes. Faking the funk like undercovers using the latest lingo. Chunks of your carcass inside the trunk. Calm as a mountain monk. Voices yelling bingo like geriatrics. As a kid, I learned from the old wise ones. Counting ones. Saliva on the finger. Quiet one. Leave your fingertips inside a tip jar. My body tipping over while jaw tips. Militant like a jarhead. After war, I'm putting heads in jars. I'll never heal from life's mental scars. I lost track, but I'll never lose all these tracks. So I'm walking around your lawn with a knife like Biden. Bombs on my chest like Bin Laden. Why you hiding? Time to poke terror swiftly. Make her say, put her all in my holes. This is crazy. Call me maybe. Years in the future, she had my mutant baby. She tried to throw it away like Brenda.
Black smoke covers the road. I grab my victims in seconds. I'm hungry for meat. Flesh and blood is my combo meal. I say your fate when I spot your ass, leaving red scars upon your ass till I throw your body under the grass. I can't help the need to feed. I'm a vampire in a cold night. I love the sounds when the wolves holler at the moonlight. After my latest prey dies, I hibernate to the next moon, and the cycle repeats itself till humanity meets its doom. Or until I'm killed by a slayer, but that'll never happen because I killed the best ones centuries ago. I know there's no hope for the sheep, but I greet them with a smile before I drain their life force. I ignore all empathy when survival is my priority. I'm a minority, the last of my kind. I'm labeled a demon, but the real demons are the hypocrites who run the world. The one that make you next. I bet the blood sweet, evil to its taste better. To the letter, I need new cuisine. I'm a blood fiend.
Okay, friends. Can you guys hear me? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm not muted. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you, Uncle Fatty, for being here. Thank you, Hank, for joining us. Blessings to you. Yeah, take a load off and watch the news with us, Brother Hank. I'm sure you'll be intrigued by what's going on here. We had several interesting developments, I'd say, in terms of last time, I was and we'll begin with some of the panel news, at least from my end, and it's been lacking because I haven't been attending the panels lately. But I did attend a couple panels, and then we'll move on to our friend Shmuley Boteak and Adam Green, but yeah, let's take a look at some of the news here. Take a load off. I was on Gene. Now let's take a look at my appearance on Gene, talking about some of the recent developments in theology. And I'm promoting our friend's channel here. He's been on a couple times, He has another show coming up today. It says test. Well, that doesn't seem promising. I don't know if that'll actually be a show. But yeah, I was on there recently. Let's take a look. This is my friend James' channel. He kind of forced me to come up. You know what I mean? Jim Apologetics. He's a good guy. Our Orthodox Christian friend, interlocutors, and I talked to a couple of our friends who take a more, I'd say, critical view of Christianity, right? Understanding the various developments throughout the ages. They understand history, right? And they understand philosophy, right? So they kind of have this sort of understanding, that's kind of good. And let's see how long this appearance is. I know it's not that long, otherwise I will just play it at the end of the show. But yeah, I think it's about 35 minutes long. Yeah, maybe I will just kind of play this at the end of the show. My appearance on Gene, but I'll go ahead and play a little bit of it now. I guess, maybe 5 minutes of it now, and then I'll play most of it at the end of the show, But yeah, go and check out Gene Apologetics. Be doing work with this friend. He's came up a couple times on the panel. He's an interesting guest as always, and obviously he's a very interesting thinker in terms of Christian philosophy, because he attains to some of the insights that we have gained too about how Christianity has been corrupted throughout the years, right, by the use of Platonic philosophy. And we find that the same thing has happened to Islamic theology, in the modern time. But yeah, we have a lot of these conflicts and developments that we talk about together, and we apply it to these modern situations, these modern thinkers, right? So yeah, let's take a look at some of this interview while I grab my charger plug. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us, and then we'll play the rest of it at the end of the show. All right.
Adam Green. But the point is with Hijab and these other guys, like, they don't even know the theology that well. Like, Hijab had Jordan Peterson and what was his name? Jonathan Pajot, and he didn't know what monarchia was. He didn't know how to explicate it or defend against it. So I don't know about that. You love Adam Greenblatt? All right, Machine Lies, get on here. Let's talk about Mr. Greenblatt. It's over for you. I'm kidding. What's up? How's it going?
What's up? What's going on?
Not so much. It's weird. Usually I'm on your show. Now you're on my show. How's it going?
Yeah, that's right. You were on there a couple times. I thought I'd, return the favor. Thank you so much for showing up there. It took a lot of bravery for you to hop up there for sure because of all the different characters that were there at the time.
Yeah, a lot of different characters.
Yeah, I like to keep it a little bit, tumultuous on my show.
A little spice in that dish.
Yeah, more entertainment. Yeah, exactly.
Like a 9-hour stream, and you don't know who's gonna show up. I always love that about your channel. Honestly, like you don't know what is gonna walk through that door, pretty much. So yeah, what can I do you for? What would you like to talk about?
Well, it's just interesting, the topics. I definitely did a show on Sneak and Glow. I call him Sneak and Glow. You know what I mean? The Sneeko guy, is a total disgrace, and also Zurka.
I don't know who that people keep mentioning. I don't know who.
Oh my God, it's horrible. They're like hanging out with porn stars or some type of thing. Him and Zurka are buddies, and they're also into white nationalist club with Nick Fuentes.
Wow.
So
it just doesn't get any better. Like a bunch of guys who aren't white in the white nationalist club.
Yeah, it's highly troubling. It's highly troubling. They're little like whatever the psyop is, with those types of people. And I assume that like whatever. Greetings, my friend Sarah. Blessings to you. Thank you, my sister. Respect to you. For Muhammad Hijab is on, I think that he's a very dangerous character.
He's weird. Like he's kind of weird. Like he acts like he knows. Oh, we got a virtual background. Oh, hang on a second. One moment, machine. We got a super chat. How does one apply proper hermeneutics in reading and interpreting scripture?
Whoa.
So I would say this is why it's beneficial to attach yourself to a church. Not just because it's cool, but because you get accountability. So if you read a verse and you read it incorrectly, that's not the end of the religion because people have already read it and they have dissected the original meaning and context, and the church has come to a universal decision for the most part on what that verse could be. So I would read a study Bible, and if you don't have a denomination yet, I would look at Protestant, Catholic, and Orthodox. Read their commentaries. I sometimes love to read Protestant commentary. It can be pretty interesting. I don't agree with all of it, but they get a lot of stuff right, and the emphasis is a little different. Anyway, go ahead, Machine Lies. You're talking about Zurka and Sneak Glow and Muhammad Hijab. What's your opinion on Hijab, actually?
But I think Hijab is a complete bad actor, and I think that type of organization that they're behind, run by that guy Abdul Brahim Green or something like that. He's a convert, and he's got some very like sort of perennialist ideals, and that sort of whole shebang. And also Nick Fuentes. I don't know if you saw this, but I covered it on my show where he called himself a Christian futurist. And so did Andrew Wilson. So this terminology, not just Christian nationalist, but Christian futurist, I find it highly troubling. They're manufacturing a dogma.
Yeah, this is interesting, guys. Just so you're aware, I mentioned the word futurism a lot on my channel. Machine Lines is not talking about that. When I say futurism, I mean how evangelicals in Texas talk about the Book of Revelation. He's talking about democracy and
not in terms of eschatology, but in terms of the artistic movement of the that came after Dadaism. It's called futurism. It's kind of an extension of Cubism, and what it is it's a foray into modern art and modern philosophy, and that sort of thing.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, here's the problem when people get into modern, especially philosophy. The past 200 years, this is one of the big subjects that I wrote about in my book, is this misinterpretation of what the Bible's talking about. I'm sure you can relate on the Muslim side, where people in the West like just are blatantly misrepresenting what the religion might actually be. And so when you look into future or modern philosophies, that's one of the main dangers there. I want to poke you a little more on Hijab and Sneeko. With Hijab, what in particular do you think he's doing that's either sinister or just like not correct?
The contingency argument. I think the argument from contingency is complete dog shit. I don't think that you could justifiably use that sort of ontological transcendence and modal ontology to argue for Islam. I think that
Oh, I
that
see.
you
So
know
it's
I
kind of
think.
like an exaggerated tag, but for Islam.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think yeah. I mean, obviously, Aristotle invented like the tag argument, and then I think Avicenna was like a super Aristotelian. He was like an Aristotelian plus like Neoplatonism. So he was like trying to justify Neoplatonism to the Aristotelians. So he's just like a super apostate. So I actually don't understand why you would use Avicenna's argument, especially after Ghazali already told you it's apostasy to even to attempt to use the argument. You know
But
what I mean?
here's the
So
funny thing is that hijab will, I mean, he's not a Salafi, but he hangs out with that kind of internet Salafi crowd.
that's another danger I perceive. I believe that Islamic modernism and Christian futurism they kind of go hand in hand in this way, and I think Salafism is part of Islamic modernism.
I agree
If
with
you
you
look,
100%
yeah.
there, because
Yeah,
people
Salafism is a modern reconstruction of Islamic doctrine. It's like Islamic Protestantism, essentially.
I would say it's just, to be more specific, I tweeted this the other day. It's Islamic Baptist Church. It's not even just a
Right.
reformation. It's a restorationist movement where you're basically saying everybody before me was in a blackout where they weren't doing real theology until
And
the
it's
real
statist.
Muslims came along. Yeah.
Right. To that end, it's totally statist, like a Zionism or something, where it's trying to like Messianic Judaism, where it's trying to incorporate like elements of Judaism into a nationalistic like type of thing. It's like a precursor for.
Yeah, I see what you mean there. I mean, with hijab, I was just gonna point out, it's weird how he can apply to like Aristotelian, Neoplatonic, Avicenna stuff while hanging out with the Neo-Salafi crowd. Wouldn't that be the exact
Yeah,
opposite? of
yeah,
theology?
exactly.
I don't get that.
Yeah, but the problem is with Ibn Taymiyyah, he brings in this kind of he leaves room for like empiricism, essentially. Like the way Ibn Taymiyyah's methodology is, it's like pseudo empirical, and I think it did influence empiricism. If you look at the trajectory of ideas.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I mean, there's a lot of things that people don't get before they jump into this, like with Sneeko at least, the Islamic grift. Like he doesn't even, I don't think he understands the depth of theology. Like a lot of this stuff is pop culture, like Trinity. Okay, it's like very basic stuff. Like, how about we get to the actual metaphysics? People don't seem to understand that when they're saying I'm the representative of Islam on the internet. I mean, that's a pretty big, a bold thing to say, but a lot of people act like that.
Yeah, but you don't understand the term homoousia. so get off the stage then.
They don't even understand the term like person. We don't even have to use Greek. Like, oh, this is a person. What's a person? Is that a being? What is that? No, I don't know who. Hang on. I don't know who Donnie Darkened is from XLS. Why don't you describe this interesting entity in the comment? We'll see.
He's great. Yeah, he's great. He's like an apocalyptic theorist, conspiracy guy. But I'd say most of the stuff is kind of 50-50, obviously, but it's fascinating. It's like Trump end time stuff. He thinks Trump is the Antichrist type of stuff. So I mean, it's definitely fascinating. Just from I partake in more of that than you do, but
yeah, I'm sure you do.
I get like conspiracy shit all the time.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you do. Have you had any? I haven't seen your channel in a little bit. I've been meaning to. Actually, I wanted to hop onto one of your streams at some point this week. Have you had anybody interesting on the last month or so, a couple months?
I don't really get that many guests. It's just the normal crowd surfing that I do. Today's episode that I did was rather contentious, so I think you would find value in the last part because they argued about the Bible for like 6 hours, and there was the only reason you would find value in it is because of the variety of opinions. That's the thing, is that you may not find a lot of right views on my panel, but you'll see the diversity of opinions of what people are picking up from the different fringe internet communities that are out there, and it is very surprising.
It's surprising. It's also concerning at the same time.
Oh
yeah.
We had a guy come up, and he had been taught by a guy who he said spoke Hebrew fluently. He said he spoke Greek and Hebrew fluently, and he wrote all of these free studies about the Bible. This is an old man who always comes on my show named Rock E. Shepherd. A fascinating character, but yeah, I think I think you'd definitely get a kick out of just hearing their view, because you're not going to hear those types of views, I think, anywhere else on the internet.
Yeah.
I think that would be a dope conversation. Gene talking to Rock E. Shepherd. That would be fucking awesome, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because they'd be able to mention different parts of the Bible and go toe to toe with certain explanations, and definitely neither of them subscribe to any view of Plato or Aristotle or anything like that. So the historical views of the Bible, I think that would be an interesting discussion to have with Jeem, and also look at some of the fringe views. I think that would be very interesting. To some of the views of astrotheology and Black Hebrew Israelites and all the Egyptology and all those types of things. It's always fun to dive into those things. But yeah. Let's listen to a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to play another appearance I had on a panel. Jack Talcott hopped on there for a minute and had an interesting discussion with a young man who I've never met before. Let me see what this was. I was on there for a little bit. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, I only said like one thing on this Talcott panel, so I'll play a little bit of this. Wait.
I want to ask you now, even though we're past the Sneeko subjects. If anybody came here for the Sneeko part, that was the first 45 minutes. We're doing a slightly different topic now. So you mentioned Nick Fuentes. Some people in my comment section defended him. Guys, I'm sorry, but I take very seriously people who obsess with and foment Jew conspiracies. Like, it's actually more suspicious if you are that upset about Jewish conspiracies than the actual Jews doing Jewish conspiracies. I get
that's going to lead into the next part of the show with the Jewish conspiracy angle. We got a lot to cover on this angle here. Given the recent actions of Shmuley Boteach, right? He gave some interesting interactions recently. Adorning the sort of smock that you see on the cover of this episode. But yeah.
More suspicious when I see somebody with millions of followers talking about, the hook noses did X, Y, and Z. What do you think of that topic without getting too contentious? What do you think of something like that? Because that pops up a lot on like social media. People always ask me, I'm like, guys, I don't trust people who are obsessed with hook nose conspiracies.
It's a complicated topic. I told Adam Green personally that I disagree with his view, and we had a little back and forth about it, because I did have him on my show. I don't know if you know that, but yeah. Well, yeah, I know Adam Green, but maybe we can debate Adam Green soon. Have a Jeem and Adam Green debate on the Machine Live.
I've been dying for that. I keep asking him.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got your back. Yeah, we'll do it soon.
Let's do it.
We'll try to figure it out. If he's down for it, I'll definitely set it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. But yeah, anyway, yeah, like with Adam Green, he's interesting. And I just think that a lot of this, and you may disagree, Machine, but I think a lot of this stuff is kind of like a psyop, like it's an exaggerated Dreyfus affair where it's like we're going to foment this obsession.
Well, I don't agree with the mythicism, to be honest. Okay. First and foremost, it would be the mythicism. So the first thing I attack them on, and even Dr. Scribina, who's basically a Spinozist, pantheist, he, the guy who taught me, Dr. Scribina, who taught me philosophy, He
Yeah.
doesn't believe in Christianity or Islam or anything. You know,
Yeah.
he's a total Platonic philosopher that talks about Plato and like he believes in Plato and Aristotle is real. So, you know, so he just believes 100% in that. You know, I even went to Greece to study in Athens. All right. Anyways, yeah, one of those debate opportunities. Hopefully we could set that up, you know, have a little debate. And I'm trying to set up some debates on the machine lies. We'll see how it comes up in the time. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm trying to get more people that are serious about talking about concepts and ideas and can do it in a respectful way. We can set up some debates, you know, between people. You know, and I'm already thinking of a few names that come to mind. You know what I mean? In terms of setting up a debate league, and we might figure out how to do the money situation. Obviously, I don't have a monetized thing set up, but yeah, I would love to do a debate league more and more as I go through this. I'm getting unique perspectives, people with conflicting ideas that are you know, intelligent interlocutors, and I know they would love to see where their ideas some of the rubber meets the road, and then try to take on some of the people who disagree with them, right? But yeah, let's go to and this is an example of this here. I tried to Socratically move into this person's concepts, you know, you know, and try to look at his worldview. You know, this gentleman here on the screen. Let's take a look at this.
And it happened.
The panel news segment, and feel free to hop on the panel and give us any panel news that you deem to be, you know, noteworthy, you know, about the activities of these panels. But yeah, I was on this panel maybe a day ago, but yeah. Anyways.
And that's, I think maybe that's where anecdotally our personal experiences differ. Is I have experienced all the things you're saying, but I've also had the exact opposite happen to me. And I've also, and then try to externalize it too, because now I know my personal experiences. I'm not really those, as we all agreed earlier, we're all experiencing those subjectively to begin with. There's if I switch and just decide to be a theist for a second, right? I can say there is some mind, some force, some greater power behind most of what we experience subjectively. So now I look to externalize that by trying to analyze the experiences of others. And I've gone as far as to try to objectify it, you know, where I literally experiment with my environment in order to determine what the outcomes would be. Apply the scientific method, as I think John said earlier.
Well, if I could hop in here, because I think you said some interesting things, because I have been listening patiently and I see everybody trying to jump in, because you know it's always exciting to get one of these atheists in your midst. wrangle these little guys. You know? It's like, oh shit.
Right.
You know, you get excited. And that's why I hopped up here. But you know, a lot of what you presented seemed to be without evidence, because you said that we're all equal, but you can't prove that. And you said that you don't believe in God, but you can't really prove that.
Well, I said it was factually untrue that we are all
right.
equal.
Right. You said you couldn't factually prove it. Is that not correct? That you did say those
I
things?
think it's no. I said it's factually untrue. I don't believe that we are all created equal. Now, I said that in order to, you know, use the
okay.
term to further that point, and it slips my mind at the time. But what I said was it's not factually true that we're created equal. I wish.
So, okay.
Well, I don't
okay,
know
so
if I want to wish for that, but
right. So you don't believe in equality, but you believe in monism.
Monism?
Yeah, like for example, you said you're one with the trees and the bees and the birds and everything else, right?
Oh, I share a physical connection with everything You know, I come from the stars, just like
So how do
everything
you
else, man.
how do you qualitatively find a separation between the
I
subjective and the objective as you just now presented, right? Because you said some things are subjective,
I
some things are objective.
I don't. I just think the scientific method is the best on that scale, that gradient scale of, you know, whatever you want to refer to as a ridiculous example of pure subjectivity, which I wouldn't
I'm
accuse
sorry.
anybody of this panel of. And
I'm
all
sorry,
the way
but
on the
how would
other
you-
end, where there could be some objective truth that I'm not
No,
even
of
sure
course,
exists, because
but let
I'm
me
just a
stop you.
human being on this planet, I would
But
say
how
the
would you?
scientific method pulls the dial towards objectivity.
But how would you? So you said you don't, but you said you don't believe in a separation between objective and subjective.
Ultimately, probably not. No, because not from humans.
So how
If
would
there
you
could,
pull
if there
yourself
could be,
closer to this objective through the scientific method if you don't believe there's a separation in the first place?
say again,
How would you pull yourself closer to objectivity through the scientific method, as you just now stated, if you don't believe there's any separation in the first place?
because if I assume an objective reality, there's certain
Why
things
do you assume one?
because I can. If I assume there's an objective reality, it therefore would have to have certain characteristics. And if I am able to, how I'm able to interact with those characteristics as a subjective human being.
Because you can. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can make a better argument than he can.
It's the epistemic circularity, right? Disproves itself, right? Anyways. Really? Right. But it goes into the murk of epistemic causality. And that's a whole nother discussion altogether, right? But yeah. But yeah, I think where he was going there was into a bad area, right? But some of what he said earlier contradicted itself too, because he said we're all one, and he said you can't qualify objective and subjective, but then you have to use it to get to a greater sense of objectivity through the scientific method. So it would be using some scale, higher scale of objectivity to prove objectivity itself, right? Hence circular. Yes, but this man, it does. This man was debating on the internet about, you know, epistemology, right? But yeah, yeah, to most people it has no relevance. True, and that's why I try to bring in other things other than philosophy into my historical critiques. But I know Canuck knows a lot about Shmuley too, Shmuley Boteach too, and his involvements. Feel free to hop on the panel and share some of your information. Thank you so much. And yeah, debating. Yeah, people have a harsh view of debating on the internet. Of course, discussions are more, um, creative in terms of finding common space and to, you know, to build things, in the future, right? But debates help show how different two positions can be, find the radical difference, right? That at least elucidates the ideological, if not anything practical, right? And it's true that it doesn't elucidate the practical in any sense. Yes, I agree. Let's go to some of Shmuley's antics. And last week we were talking about our well, you saw me there mention Muhammad the Job, who I characterized as a bad actor, right? His sort of philosophical views, totally menacing, and that's kind of the problem with philosophy, is that it's used to, as a sort of, to make obscure other issues, right? And we saw that in Shmuley's debate with Muhammad Hijab, in which Muhammad Hijab was screaming and crying about something about his son, and then Shmuley came back all like about his son, and no, how dare you talk about my son? And these people attack each other's family in these public platforms way more than people do on these, you know, these little, internet ghettos. You know what I mean? I mean, it's surprising. They're doing it on a national platform. Shmuley Batea crying about somebody attacking his daughter and his family business and all this type of stuff. The guy sells sex toys, folks. He sells sex toys, right? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. They're both agents of chaos, and bad actors, total bad faith, total hucksters, you know, buffoons, taking their shirt off and dancing and strutting every time the camera turns on, and they're crooning, posturing, fucking, media whores. I mean, but yeah. I believe there is. I believe there is if you're a rabbi. There's a certain standard of sexual and moral, like, you know what I mean? Like, higher sense of behavior in that regard. That you're seen as a pious man, right? Not a man who's a purveyor of licentiousness and, the perverse. You know what I'm saying? There's an inherent contradiction there, and it has to do with this kind of a, Sabbatean, like, weird, like, nature. But yeah, uh, I just, I totally disagree, Canuck. Um, I think that's morally reprehensible. Not only in general, not only do I think it's inherently wrong for them to sell those sex toys, but I think it's also wrong, double wrong, if you're a rabbi and you're doing it. But yeah. Anyways, dildos still sick to that level. That's funny. That's funny, Canuck. That's hilarious. That's a funny one. Yeah, let's take a look at this guy. Some of his weird antics, and yeah, last time I was taking a look at Candace, little black girl lost. Candace Owens, little black girl lost. I'm a little black girl in a little lost Jewish world. Oh God, when are you gonna learn, Candace? When are you gonna learn, Candace? I actually don't know where I put this critique that I did. Was it in the video that got taken down? Let me see. Let me check. Yeah, it was probably in the video that got taken down. Let me check this shit out. Which would be interesting for me to play some of it now, you know, since it's no longer on the internet. But anyways, it is on Twitter. You know, you guys see this shit on Twitter. Actually, I have no idea where I put this video that I made. Hold on, folks. Hold on, folks. Let me figure it out. Okay, here it is. Yeah, we were breaking it down with Rant. Little black girl lost, Candace Owens. Little lost black girl, little lost Jewish world. Aww. Little lost black girl.
The only understanding of addition has taken over all known mathematics. You can't come with a contrary version of addition today. You know what I mean? And that's what he's so mad, bro.
Ways to get to the one path, you know what I mean? That's probably not usually feasible. So I mean, it's got to be, you know,
well, yo, knowing the elusivity of the truth, right? It's
Right.
very hard to come to the conclusion that a majority of the world have it in the foundation of your
Right.
exploration for the truth. So if you pick a major world religion right off the bat, you took a low-hanging fruit, and you're likely not to receive the truth because so many people believe it, right? It cannot be the truth. It is too widely available. If it was the truth, it would have already encompassed the entire fucking, you know what I mean? The entire, like, scape of knowledge. It's like there's no alternative understanding of fucking addition. The only understanding of addition has taken over all known mathematics. You can't come with a contrary version of addition today. You know what I mean? And that's what it's really about. There is only one truth. Religion is like a version of math that works, but doesn't actually have the true understanding of the mathematics. The true understanding of the mathematics is the truth. You know what I mean? We'll never get it, but we have to seek it. And the first step in seeking it is to abandon any kind of system that was already created for you, because it's likely to be false, because many have taken that path and failed. Many have taken these paths and failed. You got to carve your own path, whatever the fuck that is. I mean, if you ever attain to be in the truth, you would have to carve your own path to it. It's the only way. Because there's so many roadblocks that have been set up in between you and the truth. No one's going to allow you to just easily access the truth. That'd be fucking retarded. So you definitely have to carve a path through all the roadblocks that have been set up for you to fucking, you know what I mean? For every truth, there's going to be a lie. That's a good starting point. If you could find the lie, you know where the truth is. You just have to deduce it. You remove enough lies, all you're left with is the truth. Work on that. You know what I mean?
There's a battle brewing in the chat here between Reddington and DeFreak.
They're mad, bro. See, this is the thing, bro. Jesus didn't really do nothing wrong, bro, and they were all just crazy. They can't handle it. They can't handle it, bro.
They gotta come and settle this one on panel for the epic pound for pound match between the theist and the atheist. I mean, not really atheist, you know. Reddington is more sophisticated belief system than that. to be short. I've talked to him several times, but yeah, definitely not a conventional theistic sort of thinker. But yeah.
It's just that's so ridiculous, not only just on its face, but we're forbidden from even having meat that has any blood in it. This is a Torah law. You can't have, that's why, we can't have steak tartar. Okay? So this gets perpetuated in combination with a 4th century.
What the fuck? I sped it up and I can't even understand him anymore. And that's what's at this speed. I can't, just 1.25. I can't even understand what he's saying.
He's like, you see, so since, the earth is a globe and not flat, therefore flat earthers are anti-Semitic.
Yeah, they got the.
He's like, you can see the shape of my hat. It's to symbolize the globe.
It symbolizes waffles. They own the chicken and waffles.
Called the Vulgate.
I'm sorry, did you say in 1140 this happened?
1144 in Norwich Kingdom.
Okay.
Okay. This is after in the 4th century, you have something called the Vulgate. The Vulgate is the official translation of the Bible. In Hebrew, there's no vowels. And the person who translates, who translates the Vulgate knows what he's doing is translating wrong. He puts down that when Moses comes down from Mount Sinai, he has horns. Okay, Karen. When actually the word was Karan, meaning that light shone from his head. So now by 1144, you have the anti-Semitic myth of Jews have horns and they drink blood. And I know people who've been asked when they went into the army and other places, can I see your horns? So this still exists today in 2024 throughout America. And I don't mean just in little rural areas. It exists today, these myths.
There it is, the myth of blood libel, that Jews drink blood. And that's why Rabbi Shmuley Boteach sipping on that Sizzzurrrp. He's sipping on that Christian blood, dressing up as the Candace Owens Jew. That's literally what it says on his shirt. He says he's going to dress up as Candace Owens' version of a Jew with money, with blood-soaked smock made of money, made of American money, sipping on Christian blood with a hook nose, right? And filth written on his forehead, meaning he's a peddler of filth, right? Obviously he's trying to combine all the anti-Semitic tropes, also the support for Israel, that he's a Zionist, combine all of the anti-Semitic tropes into one in order to attack Candace Owens. Very strange behavior. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. 1144. Bam. But yeah, such a weird, conception of things. But yeah, here we go to Shmuley Boteach and his recent run-in with Alex Jones. Let's see what this is. Shmuley Boteach and Alex Jones, and we'll watch it through this filter of our friend Adam Green show, But yeah, let's go to this clash and online drama of Shmuley Boteach. Yeah, Hank's gonna order a skull cap, so he's gonna be getting a kippah.
The whole reason why the Brother Nathaniel debate took place was because Ethan and E. Michael Jones were talking about having a debate with me. And then then Ethan came to get me to the table, and when I came to the table, Nathaniel Kapner, the fraudulent Kapner, convinced E. Michael Jones not to debate me, and then his loser ass ran to debate me instead. It was like he pulled the wool over E. Michael Jones's eyes, and E. Michael Jones lost his debate. And then E. Michael Jones saw how brutal I massacred Kapner, and he didn't want none. especially because I came to the kill stream with a.
There he is, Rabbi Shmuley with the whole getup there. You know, money, smock, and a sippy cup full of Christian blood. He says, interesting. And the myth of blood libel, which you just heard the rabbi explain on the Candace Owens show. Interesting.
Bunch of my friends who aren't pro-Israel. You know, I came with your backup, and but you know,
and you took on 5
Joel
Christians
Bauman,
on
22 out of 605 in the U.S. MMA fighter, pro MMA fighter. Matt Baker. All these guys are super anti-Israel. They came with me to the debate.
So this has more of like race war vibes. You know what I mean? Like they're perpetuating a race war. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. Yeah.
The panel, and I was like, E. Michael Jones here. Even my friends will come on the show who are anti-Israel, and they'll help you. And he still didn't come because he's a puta.
So it's amazing that Shmuley's going around calling everybody anti-Semitic, and of all people, he's calling Ben Shapiro and Daily Wire anti-Semitic. It's just unbelievable.
The Jeremy Boring thing is like I know it's unbelievable. Literally on our spaces that we did the other night with
you were on there with Fuentes and Jeremy Boring, the CEO of Daily Wire.
Jeremy Boring, that was the first time I ever heard him.
By the way, guys, I was watching What's Up Cynthia last night. You guys know What's Up Cynthia? Okay, check this out. Flow State comes on to attack Tariq, right? You guys know who Tariq is and Flow State, right? So he comes up to attack Tariq, and Tariq is talking about how Cynthia is bringing up his daughters because Cynthia is complaining, and this is a real complaint by What's Up Cynthia. She said that Tariq, the way he talks to the people on the panel is probably how he talks to his daughters. You know, so he's very mean, very rude to his daughters is kind of the claim that she was making. Right? So she was asking him, is that true? Right? So Tariq says, don't talk about my daughters. You're bringing up my daughters, right? So Flow State accuses Tariq of using his daughters as human shields, quote unquote, human shields in an internet debate. I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. This is in a real internet discussion. He used the term human shields, just like how Ben Shapiro was saying that Hamas was using the Palestinians as human shields. And get this, Rabbi Boteach says, shame on them for making us kill their children. Crazy. For using human shields. So your choice was not to just not shoot at the children. Your choice was to shoot at the children, kill the children, and then kill the guys who are using the children as human shields. I mean, it's just a very interesting rhetorical, device to get away from the fact that you're killing children, right? But yeah.
Speak. That guy is so eloquent. If anything, that guy won so much of my respect. I thought the Daily Wire was like a shit paper until I heard Jeremy Boring speak. Then I said, you know what? I'm going to give the Daily Wire a chance.
I think this gentleman on the screen, Adam King, he is Jewish, by the way. Yeah. But it says Ben Shapiro was incensed over a Purim costume. Meanwhile, Ben taking in millions of dollars. By the way, he celebrated Purim with that costume that he wore. That's on the thumbnail, right? Of him in a money suit drinking Christian blood, right? With a hook nose, right? Bizarre.
Because this guy is really smart. I mean, he's really smart. I don't know if I know that they were like all pumped up on the vaccines and stuff like that, but when he had his like 20-minute debate with Nick Fuentes, I was like blown away by both of them. They actually both performed really well. And but Jeremy like put the word down in such a way that was so eloquent that nobody could refuse.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Nobody could refuse the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that, you know, there's always that guy who's like so cool with
this unfortunate footage of Rabbi Shmuley shaking his, you know what, at a children's party, right? I guess the explanation is he's just having fun with his family, but is kind of weird.
With his MO, Jeremy Boring is a guy who can win over the left.
He handled
From
it
what I saw him
for his like Daily Wire audience and his Zionist Christian supporters. I think he handled it very well to please them. And the one part that I liked, although he's a Christian, so he does think that Israel is the Holy Land. I like how he said
do this to please them. He might do this because he really believes in it. You got to give him a fair shot. That like,
well, that too. I'm just saying, like, you know, the perspective on how people are going to see it. But I like how he said his favorite country is England in his homeland. Although he thinks Israel is the Holy Land, I like that he at least says his favorite country is where he comes from. You know, in Europe. I thought that was cool.
The coolest part about your last trip to England was when you told me you felt like it was like a birthright trip.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I love that shit, dude. Humans come from the earth. That's why it's always so special when a human goes back to the land that they come from. There's
what? I mean, technically I was born in the land I come from, right? Which would be Pakistan, right? You know, my ancestors lived there for a long time. I don't think there's any special, you know, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, the language, the people, I mean, other than the traditions and the family and, you know, the people and the customs, I mean, and the food, I mean, there's, you know, I mean, the land, you know, go back because you come from the earth and you get a spiritual connection to the land. I don't know. I feel a connection to all land, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to, you know, go everywhere either. You know, I'm about, you know, not moving around much, you know, thinking in a local space, you know, providing in a local space. You know, I think everyone should live a life of simplicity, local means. You know, I think the international system should be taken apart. But the thing that's bringing apart the destruction of cultural traditions is the technological system, right? It's not a loss of, you know, our birthright to go visit the place we came from. That's abstract, you know, and it's based on some sort of you know, some sort of pseudo spiritual concept, right? Anyways, that's just my 2 cents on what the Jewish brother here is saying. No disrespect to his ideas, but
sadly, all the Christians all over the world don't care about where they came from, and they all care about the Holy Land, or they're obsessed with the footsteps where Jesus supposedly walked, and where.
Well, Christianity was basically responsible for the unification of the European tribes, you know. So I mean, you know, Christianity, some historical people would say that, you know, Christianity is uniquely European, right? It was the spread of Christianity to Europe that, you know, basically led, you know, at a time of cultural disintegration in Rome, you know, to even the continuation of Roman culture to a certain extent, right? I don't know, but yeah, let's go on.
You know, God's holy mountain is Zion, Jerusalem.
Well, when the Messiah comes and empties out the Vatican catacombs and sets everybody's religion straight, and everybody knows their tribes again and their histories and their cultures because it's not hidden from them by the serpent, then like a lot of people will come back to their identities as Europeans. So what I'm predicting, first of all, I don't think the Muslims are going to.
What the hell? It's been hidden by the serpent? I don't know what that is referring to. It seems like some sort of esoteric Hitlerism I really don't know what he's talking about, right? This is going to be hidden by the serpent, and then people are going to come to an understanding of who they are. It sounds like some sort of futurism.
Stay in Europe. I think Europe is going to have a resurgence. I think there's going to be like, it's going to take a while. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but I do think that there's a spark inside of everyone's soul that is so indigenous to the truth, and that involves where they come from and their culture and their heritage. And I do think that the Europeans will have a reckoning. There will be a day when Marine Le Pen takes France or somebody like her, and things will change, and Europe will change. I definitely.
Well, I hope so. If it doesn't change,
that one great day of national resurgence, right? Maybe it'll coincide with the collapse of the technological system, right? Otherwise, there's going to be a world government and an international economy, of world trade and all of these types of things in place, that require infrastructure, big cities, and all of these types of things, right? So, not likely unless something brings an end to those structures, right?
it's going to be absolutely conquered by the broom Ishmael, and there will be a point of no return if it gets much worse.
This is again a Kabbalistic interpretation from the Zohar, right? That Amalek and Ishmael are going to destroy each other, right? And then the Jews are going to laugh all the way to the bank, right? But yeah, I think this is the homie joining us, Cecil Drake. Probably he takes his camera a little bit to warm up here, but yeah, we'll see who it is.
Worse. Look at this. Shmuley thinks he's like doing so well for himself, getting all this attention. But here's the headline of Jerusalem Post: to Rabbi Shmuley, you think you're a warrior doing good, but in reality, you're forcing reasonable people to clean up your mouth. Signed her response as Daily Wire.
See, nobody even. I sent this into Chase this morning, and I text everybody at InfoWars, Rob Do, like all those guys. Hey, I just want you guys to know that the Jewish people are standing with Alex completely on this one, and we're all hoping that Alex cleans his clock.
Somebody said race war. How this is going to go, because Alex has always been, not the biggest critic of Israel by
race war.
Gas the bikes, race car now. Alex, for the longest time, they always criticized him and said he would never touch the JQ, and he just did. And then recently, in recent years, he's caved to it and has been like, okay. And then next thing you know, he has this dude. I think that guy Rabbi Shmuley is a freaking actor. Personally, I think he's like a character.
Yeah, he's got to be acting. Yeah, he kind of looks like fucking Woody Harrelson too. It's kind of weird. Like he's got this weird, like, I don't know. He's got a creepy look to him. He's fucking.
I mean, for anybody who knows like those themes around, the memes around those people, especially if you're familiar with internet culture, that dude is like a caricature, like a really exaggerated caricature of what those people have a reputation for. So it's kind of obvious, in my opinion.
Yeah, this shit's off the chain. Like, also his how he gets used in the media all the time, like he got used in the Muhammad hijab thing, and it's always some sort of story connected to his family or his personal life. Candace Owens attacked his daughter, Muhammad hijab attacked his son. So he likes to bring his personal family and his personal affairs into the quarrels that he's having in his like media escapades, which also seems like a bad sign to me, like that he might be, like, as you said, like an actor. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of
right.
Like why would somebody, unless they're like their family knows like they're just playing a role, you know what I mean? and they just tell them, oh yeah, you know, we're just doing this thing. This is like, you know, to bring about the welfare of like whatever the fuck we're talking about. It's simply ideological, you know, and yeah, I could see their, you know, them going along with something like that. But you got some kind of noise coming from you, but I don't know what that is. But yeah.
Hold on, it might be my. I got you. I got you on my car speakers again. Let me see if I can't mitigate this a little bit. You know, another thing I've been noticing lately too that they're pushing quite a bit. I don't know if you've seen it. Is this Elon Musk Don Lemon interview? Where
I hear about that. Oh, we might have to check that one out. Yeah, next time. Yeah, we'll check that one out. Elon Musk and Don Lemon. Man.
About you know, censorship on Twitter, and then, you know, of course, you know, Don Lemon's position all of a sudden, and then Elon Musk is over there trying to play like the good guy, like, no, we're not into censorship, it's you know, and then Don Lemon's like, oh well, this is hate speech, and Elon's like, it's not illegal, and yeah, anyway.
He had to do all of these apologies to the ADL and bring the ADL into his Twitter groups to have all these discussions. And the main topic was anti-Semitism on the Twitter platform, because he's allowing people like Adam Green and Nick Fuentes and all these types of people who take these critical views on the platform. So it's interesting. I mean, how the shit's developing, and I think there's going to be a media convergence happening, or they're trying to, you know, bring Elon Musk more into the fold. The reason is because he represents the alternative media arm. I think Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, you know, they've been developing an intellectual dark web or whatever, the alternative media arm or whatever you want to call it, you know, recent times, you know. So it's just interesting how it's transpiring. You know, I think they're going to have a media convergence in which, you know, basically Elon Musk becomes the new Fox News, and then whatever Fox News is today gets subsumed into whatever CNN already is, you know what I mean, and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Okay, so kind of like a shift left a little bit. So
like Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk and Alex Jones are gonna be like the new right, you know, because they're neutral on morality, right? And on scientific enterprise and all these types of things, but they're kind of you know, conservative, and also they're gonna bring into the fold conspiracy shit, you know what I mean, into the new right, you know. And then they're gonna have a new left as well, and that's gonna be more into the postmodern ideal that I've been mentioning on this show a few times. But you know, you know, obviously they've been cultivating. I've talked about it several times on the show, new left and new right. But yeah, that's just more of the news that's going down. But yeah, you got to look at the ideological kind of you know, development of these things. You can't just, you know, take like as Nietzsche said, take a non-historical view, one based on philosophical idealism. You know, that's not going to work today. You know what I mean? You have to take a historical view. You know. Anyways, let's go back to this shit.
Right.
He's always kind of taken the Israel side, and
what?
But just that was Jerusalem Post. But just recently, like, he's in the news in Newsweek saying Israel is genociding Gaza, and not like he says, he always gives the disclaimer over and over again. I'm not against Israel, which we're gonna take a shot every time he says that in the debate tonight. But he's saying he's worried that Israel is like losing the moral high ground, and that the whole world is turning against him. Kind of like the same thing that Trump said, which is kind of just stating the obvious at this point.
Right. Well, say that again.
I'm wondering how Alex Jones is going to take this, because it's
too.
A wild card. You don't know what he could go, because Jones just talked about my Rabbi Edom video the other day. Schroyer must have shown it to him.
And he's talking about Amalek today. Did you see that?
No, he is mentioning Amalek today too. Wow.
All day, but he quoted it wrong. Yeah,
Amalek pilled. Of course.
He didn't say it. He didn't quote Amalek wrong. He just didn't quite understand what Amalek was. and he did talk.
Yeah, Adam Green has this kind of theory that Amalek represents white people, or certain people think it represents Christianity. Certain people think it represents Europeans. So there's different interpretations about what Amalek means. In my opinion, could be the surrounding tribes, that were the enemies of Israel, at the time, so it could be Arabs, I don't know, a different version of Arabs or something like that. But yeah, Amalek, they personified this group of people, this ancient enemy, into many modern concepts and modern nations and modern ideologies and themes.
Sounds Babylonian.
Yeah, it's kind of like a very ancient concept from the Zohar and all these types of things. And of course, the sons of Ishmael and sons of Amalek and all that type of stuff, and obviously this sort of Kabbalistic understanding figured into the Freemasonry, the development of things like Albert Pike and all these things, and of course Helena Blavatsky and all these kind of racial teleology that was developed by these sort of thinkers, in terms of their Masonic understanding, and of course Morals and Dogma and The Secret Doctrine by Blavatsky, and her sort of understanding of anthropogenesis and how that contributed to esoteric Hitlerism. It's interesting.
Right.
For a long time. So
right.
I basically agree with Canuck about how Alex Jones has basically just become this series of like intelligence tests at this point.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, I'll be back later. I gotta take care of some shit, dude. But peace.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for joining, Cecil. Yeah, we got Cecil. Man, the panels. I guess it's too early for y'all to hop on panel. It is what it is. I'm only gonna be out here for an hour more. So if anybody would like to hop on panel, please don't feel shy, but yeah, bless you guys for being here. And yeah, let's watch some more of this. There's another debate I wanted to watch. Maybe I'll continue covering some of this on tomorrow's show. I'll be at it tomorrow again. And maybe I'll start a little later. I'll start around this time tomorrow so that maybe people pour into the panel, hopefully.
Like, I mean, everybody knows who talks about Amalek more than anyone else on the internet. So, congrats.
Yep, he's Edom.
By the way, after tomorrow, I'll be taking a break for a little while, for 10 days, or so, last 10 days of Ramadan, so I won't be online for those days. But then after those 10 days, I'll come back on my regularly scheduled time at night, and I'll still be doing the Friday morning show, of course, but yeah, I'll be doing my Wednesday night shows and Saturday night shows, but tomorrow we'll be back in the morning time, just to let you guys know. But yeah.
Pilled and Amalek pilled now.
Influencer of influencers.
Dude, that's me.
I'll make that announcement again at the end of the show.
Totally. I begged Owen to do it, to watch the video, and he did, and it was like totally changed. Look at this. Look at how shameless Shmuley is. He puts on this prosthetic nose. He calls Alex Jones a white supremacist, and this is his call-out video with all of his books right here in the background. So transparent what this guy's trying to do.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to thank Alex Jones for allowing us to use this.
Debate starts any minute.
For me to wear on Purim on my nose. Size matters and a little bit underendowed. But this coward, this...
very, very good representative of rabbis selling butt plugs and dildos with his daughter. Attacking other people in media about the size of their genitalia,
and I hope that
as he sells his Judaism book, his Noahide laws for the Goyim book, Judaism for everyone.
I hope that people who aren't Jewish can look at this and be like, yeah, I don't believe that the priest who sells dildos also represents Christianity or
so that Noahide laws for the Gentiles, that is a sort of post Christian fabrication in terms of the Talmud document, right? And it's being used for all sorts of ecumenical weird efforts, one world religion efforts, right? And also this sort of butt plug and dildo agenda, which it is what it is. It's a weird agenda, that he's got, tie into this sexual immorality. And also his book, Kosher Sex, I guess. He's written a book about how marital couples can explore their sexuality, these kind of, interesting themes. Obviously, sex sells, and he's using his rabbi position as a grift, so I mean, make of that what you will. I mean, he's not a, I probably wash my hands after I shake hands with a guy like that. It's a caterpillar of a man, for sure. Okay, we got 2 guests here. Thank you for joining. What's going on, guys?
So here's an issue. So you could say he's not a good representation of the Abrahamic religions, as I would call them. But it begs the question, who is? Because we have Catholics saying the Pope is not. You can't take the Pope seriously. We have Christians called every other sect of. Pretty much they called each other sect and their own sect. It's like we can't really. It's a circular firing squad. You really can't trust anyone. You just pick and choose. It's a salad bar.
Well, yeah, there is a type of understanding where and you may understand this as a Unitarian Universalist. That there is a commonality somewhat between the various values and ethics and moral systems of different religions, although one cannot find one in their philosophy or cosmology or that sort of thing. But in terms of sexual ethics, putting one's family life in terms of connecting one's family or displaying one's familial, like, sort of, connecting your family with, sexual perversity, and that sort of thing. That's usually not a good thing.
Well, if we go by the source, material, most of the stuff in the source material sexually is not legal in my country, so it's hard to say.
Well, if you look at like, for example, like Thomas Jefferson in his time, right? He had many sexual affairs, right?
Yes, and he had literal sex slaves.
But he concealed this fact.
Correct.
Right? Because it was morally reprehensible in his time. He understood this, right?
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. So for example, personally, he attained to a different set of morals than he did in his public life. So he was kind of duplicitous in a way, right?
Absolutely.
But so I mean, in that way, I think he would agree that the shame would come upon his family. Right.
Yeah. But I think it's better to just come out with it. If we're gonna cross the line, to say the line's over there instead. So I actually prefer people just come out with it rather than hide it.
Yeah. Of course. It's good to like show people like where you stand in terms of like sexual immorality or sexual morality, but in terms of trying to say you're a rabbi in which they have extremely rigid sexual customs, in terms of Judaism, right? I'm talking about they have separation of sexes to the point where the rabbis, some of them have a prayer that they wake up and pray every morning that God did not make them a woman or a goyim, that God made them a Jew and a male with a soul so that they don't have to be subservient, because they think that women are naturally subservient. I mean, you could see this in the laws of the Torah and so this kind of, truly liberal understanding of sex that we explore our sexuality in terms of health. I don't know if I see a lot of that in terms of the Torah. They're talking about laws and sexual customs and concealing one's sexuality in terms of in the privacy of one's own home and having extremely rigid sexual rights and separation between the sexes. I don't think it leads to one of forbearance towards sex toys and sexual exploration and all of these types of things. I could be wrong.
Well, if you're right, then his association would just take his rabbiship from him.
Well, I'm not saying that they're puritanical, but that's the thing. He's using he's using in the sense in which Judaism is not as puritanical as Christianity in order to grift. If he was doing that, would you think that would be okay?
Well, if his I don't mind it, but it seems like if there was a big deal, his association of fellow priests would just take his priestship from him.
Well, that's the thing. Well, that's where the priests are subject to that. What you were talking about, that pick and choose thing. They're just one denomination, and he gets to hide out in his particular denomination. Yeah, thank you for joining, Lanza.
Yeah, that's why Ash from Pokemon, his first thing was Pikachu, because you could pick or choose it.
All right. Yeah, but he's definitely an interesting and polarizing figure, and I think, as Cecil mentioned, a lot of his sort of antics are staged.
Catholicism. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope people who.
Last thing is weirdly, like with the Pikachu, and I remember watching that as a kid, and I remember whenever the Rocket Team or whatever they were called, they'd show up and they would talk like these people that were watching a little bit, like
Team Rocket. Yes.
They would make up these things that made no sense, and they're like, "Oh, that's how I'll do it," and they lost every time.
Yeah. Yeah, Team Rocket. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, my wife always compares us to Team Rocket. She says we're like Team Rocket. She said we look like them because she's got red hair and I've got weird colored hair. But yeah, it is what it is.
Blue hair.
Yeah.
Like James.
Who can look at this head on and just be like, okay, I understand this. Consider the source. It's a rabbi who became a rabbi at like the age of 20 and like literally sells dildos for a living. Like, consider the source.
So where are the top?
Before you go and say, "Oh, the Jews," consider the source of the Jew that is your poster child, that you want to be your poster child of as the Jews.
So where are all the better representatives to come on and to get together and condemn him, or come on and more people? I'm not seeing like any famous Jews come out and condemn him.
There is a huge media censorship on Jews like myself. And you want to know something? The Jews like me, we know it. We know each other. There's a lot of people.
I don't believe that for a second. Jews kind of control a huge portion of the media. I can't believe they won't be able to get through a censorship barrier in like a couple days. I don't believe it at all.
Well, this is on an alternative platform. It's proof.
Yeah.
So, it's not on YouTube that we're watching this video, but we are watching it on YouTube on a live stream, but we're not watching it.
Yeah.
On a YouTube medium. It's not available on this medium.
Yeah. It's on Odyssey, But if there was a bunch of Jewish people who didn't like this, they could totally get the message out so hard that we can't ignore it. It would be on Fox News.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they can't just ban, anybody from putting stuff on the internet, but they can ban the mainstream platforms, and we have seen that done. We've seen,
Yeah.
I remember when Adam Green got banned off of YouTube and all these types of things. And it was a few years back, way before I started a YouTube channel at all.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I was not on YouTube at the time. It was maybe 4 or 5 years ago that it happened.
People like Yishai Fleischer came out. That's a big voice in our world, and then.
And when Adam Green got taken off of YouTube, there was a mass exodus off of YouTube as well. A lot of people got taken off. It was like a purge, yeah, that's why I'm talking about these themes and the types of ways that I'm talking about them, in a very sort of detached manner, so that we don't get in trouble, we don't get put on a list or anything like that, but back in the day, you used to be able to cover these topics with more comic relief and actually talk about the various actors and delve into their history and be more honest about the various people on the screen. Nobody would talk about how hateful you are.
Yes.
Just for doing that. They'd understand the comedic value of those things, so YouTube has drastically changed, to where
Now I'm working on multi-platform already. I'm trying to get my what's that called? What is it called? I'm trying to get my
yeah, I might get your help.
Link, not Aussie. Yeah, there's another one. BitChute link working, and probably Aussie after that.
So, okay, yeah, I'm already on BitChute and Odyssey, but yeah, I need to start live streaming there too at the same time as I do this live stream. That would be the jump off. And I'm already live streaming to Twitter, so that if I lose this live stream, it's very helpful that the stream shows up there on Twitter.
Yeah, I probably should do Twitter for a second live stream because it has more throughput than
but nobody watches it on Twitter. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is the point, because if there's something bad on there, who's the moderator? They don't know it's there. No one's watching it. So
yeah. That is nobody monitors what's on there.
Yeah, no one's monitoring. So if something bad happens, it's gonna stay up there for quite a bit. So I can always
I can literally do 24 hours music streams on Twitter, and nobody would even notice that I'm on.
Yeah, exactly. So that's probably a good thing, and it has a lot of throughput.
Yeah, because nobody watches it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
All right, that sounds like a plan. I'm gonna add Twitter to my next stream then.
Yeah, Twitter, and there's also Instagram is also available now for streaming, so it's interesting. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
I haven't tried Instagram yet, but I might go to Instagram soon too, because I have made an Instagram. I've made an Instagram, a Twitter, a Rumble, Odyssey, and a BitChute. So I'm on all of those platforms. So you guys could find me on all of those platforms if you guys wish to. If you guys prefer any one of those. But yeah, I don't have that much posted on Rumble. But yeah.
And our voices don't really get out to the public world. There's Jews who make it out to the public, the rest of the world. But then from my specific part of the Jewish world, the other side knows who we are. And so they censor us with unbelievable amounts of censorship. All of us, everybody who thinks the way that I think that's Jewish is beyond censored, or people who only had 200 friends but got kicked off of Facebook,
Well, also Shmuley's getting all the attention he wants because he's acting so erratic, because he's putting himself out there. Like, he thinks he's like running the joke on everybody, but he's the butt of the joke.
Yeah.
And he doesn't care because it gives him more attention. Okay, looks, here we go. Let's play it.
All right.
Well,
Now for the
Tens
main
of millions of
event.
people saw our arguments last week when I put out a couple of posts on X about Rabbi Shmuley and some of his comments about Candace Owens. And so usually when people attack me, they're scared to come on the show. But he said, let's go. He said, I'm going to digitally decapitate you. And I said, well, I just invited you on the show. But if you want to debate, that's fine. But I don't know what we're specifically going to debate, whatever he wants to get into, whatever we can talk about here. He's called me a white supremacist, and I don't think most people would identify me as that.
Shmuley was like, you're a coward after he invited him on.
Or we could talk about what's going to happen in Israel. Donald Trump came out and said,
I'm
this
not
does
afraid of
look
you,
good.
Jones.
Just turn the world against Israel.
We talk about Edom, the destruction of the West, and Christianity.
So
This is again another fallacy of what you're talking about. Like, it's banned video, banned.video, but you could literally search for it on the internet. You could literally watch it on Twitter. You could literally watch it on any alternative platform.
Just
so it's
on
not
YouTube.
really, yeah, it's just not on YouTube. So the YouTube corporation won't carry, the video because they have a highly specified brand. What's the problem with that? I mean, if YouTube doesn't want to work with me teaching philosophy and all of that type of stuff, then I'm happy to teach it on one of these alternative platforms or gain a audience there. But the fact that people feel entitled to use this platform when they don't pay for it or anything like that, is very surprising. YouTube is a corporation; it's a private corporation.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of YouTube and teaching philosophy, one of my really good friends gets contracted by YouTube. She's really, really smart. And I kind of mentioned this channel to her the one day, and she was like, that sounds like, she's like, I'm a Sagittarius. She's like, it's philosophy. You love philosophy. And then I told her a little bit about it, and I'm going to try to get her to, because she can program apps. She's legit. So maybe that could be someone that is willing to help in some regard with the whole platform knowing, teaching, that sort of thing.
Adam, are you saying you can't program apps?
No, I was just giving you a background on my friend.
Oh, okay, so you're saying you can, because I was going to tell you to read the friggin' manual, but you said you can, so you don't have to.
Yeah, I think her she's one of those people that it's I've seen her give somebody a $200,000 price tag for an app. But she's not hive-minded.
Yeah, hell yeah. Get people on this resources, and if they have an institute or something like that, I'm pretty sure a lot of them are watching me and Chad Haig's videos anyways, and obviously they're even teaching Dr. Scribina as a resource at some of these universities. Definitely. Not that they're teaching Kaczynski or anything, but they're definitely teaching panpsychism and other subjects that are related to those themes that he covers. And there's been a lot of hubbub online about Dr. Scribina's book, Jesus Hoax, which we'll get into maybe tomorrow. But yeah, we have seen a lot of interesting debates and mentions for his book. When we hopped on the Jeem show, they kind of let us know about some of that. But yeah, Lanza is a associate of the Machine Lies. He's part of the organization, the Machine Lies, the Cyber Caliphate, and he is promoting the show in his capacity. And so is Hanko Flamio. He's an agent and representative of various concepts and themes that are being developed here, including the theological debate sessions that we have. Hank kind of, comes in and, he's on fire. He's Flamio, so it is what it is. Right? So thank you, Hank, for being here. Blessings, brother. And yeah, oh yeah, by the way, that discussion we had about metaphysics of technology and panpsychism and about idealism, what is it? Monistic idealism, the thing of Bernardo Kastrup, yeah, I'm gonna post that sometime this week. That's a video that got taken down, but you can watch it on Twitter. But yeah, we had a good discussion that one time. I think it was Saturday when you showed up. Right? But yeah, blessings. Gauging many different discussions here, but yeah, blessings.
Maybe there's a view he's got of me that I don't think is really who I am versus what he thinks. Or we can just talk about the world in general.
I hope Shmuley comes at him real hard so Alex gets mad.
With censorship and with Russia.
Look for the finger. Look for the finger.
He's very
This might be the end of
really
Rabbi
scholarly
Shmuley.
sounding. And then he kind of, I guess, has a wild comedian side to him, maybe, where he acts like a maniac. Now, I've done that too. I've acted pretty wild on there too.
Yeah, the two clown shows.
What if they get along really well? That would be
45 minutes to the studio.
That'd be disappointing.
Have you guys ever heard of Alex Jones' rant against leftism? It's fucking hilarious.
Which one? There's a bunch of them.
Where he's like, it's in that mythical vigilante. You guys ever hear that mythical vigilante song?
Yeah. I've heard that one.
Yeah, that shit is so hilarious, man.
No, I haven't watched Alex Jones since like 2012 when I realized I was like, whoa, this is information and it's like worth knowing, but like it's not helping me.
Yeah, I watched. That's when I started watching Alex Jones, and I kind of stopped after
At the
January
time.
6th.
Yeah, because I was like trying to learn some more practical stuff, and I know he was like,
Yeah, he was impractical, we need to get everyone on board, and I'm sorry, I don't want to do plans that needs everyone on board because I can't trust people enough to do that. So,
well, now that I'm older, now I'm studying it from a different perspective. Like it's Back then it was like take what you can use and kind of just keep making dots. Now it's more like
this was
from their playbook.
This was the theme song to Revenge of the Sis, one of my favorite shows. You guys know Revenge of the Sis? Oh my god. Oh god, that show's so fucking funny, man. Revenge of the Sis. Me and Krakow, huge fans of Revenge of the Sis. They moved over to Rumble, but yeah, that's like the funniest comedy show on the internet. They like watch news, they give commentary on it. And they had this Alex Jones song. You've heard it, right, Hank? This Jalix Owns.
yeah, I think so.
This is a funny song, man. You guys smoke to this shit. This is a hilarious song. But yeah, this is a little rant against leftism he gave.
Bring me 15 hookers now and get the drugs ready. Cybertron, indeed you are powerful. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. Pull the fist out and just shove it into your teeth. Prepare for battle.
Yep. Bring me 15 hookers and get the drugs ready.
Absolutely.
And that's what he said. He said, I will eat your leftist ass like corn on a cob. He's crazy, man. He's a crazy dude. Alex Jones.
All right, let's get to that debate.
Oh, the beard's not looking good.
Ugh.
Dildo Baggins.
So, what do you want to? What do you think this debate's about?
Well, first of all, when I say digital decapitation, what I mean is that your arguments against the Jewish people are just so insidious. They're so unchristian. Do you think that we Jews are not accustomed to the world hating us? You think it's because of Hamas and because of the war in Gaza? Jesus was a Jew and they crucified him, for God's sake. Aren't you?
What? Yo.
Who crucified him again?
I know
That's right, that was
exactly.
the Jews that crucified
Yeah,
him.
I know. It
Another
said the
Jew.
blood, his blood be on us and our children. It literally says that, you know, and then the blood libel thing, and that's why he's sipping on Sizzzurrrp, Christian Sizzzurrrp. You know what I mean? I mean, come on. You know, I mean, this is crazy. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, wild that he gets to take credit for Jesus dying, right? Which is totally heretical. I mean, imagine if you walked up to a Christian and be like, you know, that Jesus dying thing, yeah, it's a real, it really sucks for the Jews, doesn't it? What? It's about the salvation of humanity. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
You know,
Shmuley's betting on Christians not reading the Bible, which is a very good bet. Very good bet. So I congratulate him for making that bet.
uh-oh, we got Canuck firing back. There's nothing that is heretical. Everything is allowed. Nothing is forbidden. All is allowed. The Hashashins or some shit. Trust no one. Nothing is forbidden. Everything is allowed.
You're a Christian. You yourself are a Christian, correct?
Yes.
So, did you not forget?
I know. I'm just messing with you, Canuck. I'm just messing with you. Yeah.
That Jesus was murdered by the Romans.
The Romans.
Did you not forget there was a Holocaust of 6 million.
The Romans. You know that Jewish revolutionary Jesus, guys, who's murdered by the Romans?
Well, there's a few different Jesuses. I know there was like one that cut the lawn. There's one that did the carpet.
One that cut the lawn? What?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, dude?
Oh, the ones from Mexico that does construction and
No, that's
landscaping.
Jesus. You had him confused with Jesus.
Oh,
That's not
okay.
That's not Jesus. That's Jesus.
Oh, okay. Who the hell was he talking about then?
Okay.
Jews. There have been people on your show that have actually denied the Holocaust or minimized the numbers. You've had people like Kanye West who said they love Hitler. I don't square your Christianity.
And Jones said he disagreed with him and debated him.
The Hebrew Bible with your hatred of the Jewish people. It really confuses me. I'm not speaking now about a Jewish boy murdered at Sandy Hook in 2012 and the 20.
Whoa, shift gears. Go from Jesus to school shootings.
Oh, he's really going for a digital decapitation. He's really trying to go 180 KL.
What a leap of just what the hell?
Yeah, so he's going for an anti-conspiratorial attack. That's one I would do. He's going to try get Scallop in to distract Alex Jones into running into a circle to make him rage. So this is actually a tactic I would use on Alex Jones. So he's making very good attacks.
No. A few thousand years into the future. Praise science. Have you ever seen that South Park where the scientists take over the world? You know, and like otters and shit. Praise science. Yep.
28 others who were murdered that you denied. And I'm actually impressed that you still have the lights on, given that your $1.5 billion judgment against you. I don't know if you guys are pouring your special powders that you sell and maybe they energize
like
it, or you
low
got little
blows.
hamsters going on wheels in the background. That's impressive. I just don't. I just don't.
Honestly,
get,
this
I just
debate
don't
is
get
boner
your
pills and
hatred
dildos.
of
Yeah.
Jewish people, your lies about Israel.
Boner pills and dildos.
Boner pills versus dildos, folks. Yo,
Yeah.
that's hilarious.
To take the oil in Gaza. There's as much oil in Gaza as there is potency on the fictional powders that you sell. So what is your hatred about Jews if you're a Christian?
That's
I
not
don't
a
get it. How
fictional
could you
powder,
hate
man. X2 is good.
Okay,
Shmuley.
so I let you go first because I didn't know what angle you were going to go with. First off, that whole Sandy Hook thing was a PR deal. I barely ever talked about it. The internet didn't believe it happened. I covered it a few times, and then they decided to do rigged events where judges found me guilty and then had show trials, similar to what we've seen happen with Trump in New York.
Shmuley came in hot, for sure.
So all of these attacks.
I like how he brought up Jesus is a Jew and the Romans killed him. I hope they get into that.
See straight through it. All that stuff's been appealed.
I read Shmuley's book, Kosher Jesus, where he lays out that theory.
But is that wait,
By the way, there's dozens of books on that. It's just like every every modern book, you go to Robert Eisenman, you even go to that Jacob Berman guy who's running that History Valley channel, and you go to the Providence Theory, and Eisenman, they're all going in that direction that Jesus was a zealot, some sort of Jewish revolutionary, and so was James, and that he got killed for going against the Romans. I mean, this is completely, and that Christianity was invented to subdue the zealot movement within Rome. And that's why they connect St. Paul to all of these figures in the Roman elite. So it's interesting that all of these theories are going in that direction. And you already saw a foreshadowing of this within the kind of revolutionary. Jesus was a revolutionary, a Jewish revolutionary in that book by Reza Aslan called Zealot. That was basically, this is it's like applying the concept of Zionism and taking it into the first century and then applying it to Jesus. It's completely fucking, a very strange theory. It's like, it's a theory invented by modern secular Jews, in order to justify their own worldview of the Western civilization being the Roman Empire, and them being continually oppressed, but continually being the benefactor of this great civilization. Yeah, it's completely ludicrous, insane. No other people on earth could ever claim such a monumental view of themselves.
You'll be surprised. Oh my.
Or it's either that or all of them do. Every civilization on earth has claimed like to be the be all and end all, that its people were the origins of civilization and math and all that type of stuff. You got that from the Persians, you got that from the fucking Hindus, you got that from the fucking, Chinese and all of that type of stuff. They say their civilizations are descendants from sage kings that were basically immortal, that gave us science and math and all these things. So it actually makes, you go back in time, there's actually no foundation for any of these things. So
yeah, you think those Jews are crazy? Just look at the Black Hebrew Israelites. It's on par.
Well, these guys are, I heard this guy before. He was talking about sort of ethno-nationalism being a foundation for world traditions, sort of a neo-traditionalism, and he was talking about being under the rule of the serpent and all of these kind of weird themes. And this kid is Jewish, so I don't know where he's getting all that from, but Adam King, he did mention something like that. It's weird. But
Actually, I don't want to interrupt. Forgive me. Is that what you live for? Popularity? You just said you're a Christian. Don't you live for God? Don't you live for ethics?
Well, let me,
all you care about. Jesus wasn't popular. He was hated in his lifetime. He
Let's
only had
take
12
this one at a
disciples.
time.
You live for popularity.
Let's take this one at a time, because you said you do the debate and we had equal time. I think you've probably, since you came on, talked a little more than me.
You are correct. You are correct. You are correct.
So
what a man Alex
no,
is.
I don't just live for popularity. I'm saying the.
Hey, Canuck, what's going on? What's going on, brother? We got about maybe 15 more minutes here, but yeah, thank you for joining us. Blessings. And what's going on?
I couldn't hear anything. Sorry. My mic was getting attached. You go ahead for a moment. I just wanted to speak on ethno-nationalism when there's an opportune time. Not at the moment, though.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Consider something in the deep past of Homo sapiens, right? We had to compete with other vestigial traces of other humans in our recent evolutionary past, right? Most possibly the most fearsome group would be Neanderthals, who would be immediately recognizable as similar yet deeply other. So there is a very rational and almost maybe even genetic instinct for ethno-nationalism or othering or in-group identification, almost at a cellular level. Can you imagine you or I, a normal person with a normal physique, trying to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a professional athlete like an NFL running back? That would be a typical human being up against a Neanderthal. So it's just an observation I wanted to share for folks who maybe don't know how to contextualize or haven't considered the positive, and I'm not endorsing it, but the positive influence on a group of human beings living in a pre kind of civilizational state as we classify civilization, to want to be ethnically
pure,
contiguous, not pure, but contiguous.
Yeah.
Because others would be incredibly dangerous threats, especially if they were neo-human, at least from your own frame of reference.
Yeah, that's why we invented sharpened sticks and throwing stones, so we could have an unfair advantage.
Yeah, the ranged weapons almost certainly were an advantage for us. You know, necessity being the mother of invention, that tired old phrase, but I think it encapsulates the truth.
Well, on that point, just briefly, I would say that I guess I do think that it's important to preserve sort of traditions that have a sort of a a ethno grouping or whatever, and I think that the people of the world are naturally organized like that in terms of geography. I think it's in terms of their natural setting, in terms of climate and all of that thing, that they've naturally developed different instincts and traditions and all of those types of things. So I do find that to be a positive. I do find the global culture, monoculture, to be a very damning thing. I've talked about it many times on the show. So I do think that there's a natural instinct in which we've arisen. But one of the things that Nietzsche seemed to notice, and I know I covered Nietzsche in the beginning of this, about evolution that seemed to point in the other direction, was the idea of the species, which he thought was contrary to this notion. And he actually thought the notion of an equality-based ethos, the democratic spirit, and the Christian order of things to be a anti-evolutionary schematic. He actually thought that it was a sort of devolution. He said that actually, if you look at human history, it's palpable that we've actually been devolving instead of evolving, into society, into greater forms of unification, and part of it has to do with this idea that quote unquote man is quote unquote a species and is quote unquote equal, as Hobbes suggested. right? So this kind of base materialistic view lends to a sort of materialism. It doesn't lend to a sort of a preeminence of God, king, and people, the kind that inspires the sort of nationalism and traditionalism to grow and, you know, foster and, you know, become vivacious, you know, as a result. But you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. The thing is, evolution's not always progress, so it's wrong.
That's the conflict. Yeah, that's the conflict. Does evolution imply progress? Well, most people would, most evolutionary theorists would say no. What say you, Canuck?
Well, it depends on what context you're talking about evolution in terms of. So, an idea can be refined, and some would call that an evolution of an idea. Devolution could be an unwinding of a previously achieved change that is no longer desired. So you devolve. That in itself, the process of change, be it positive or negative, is not inherently an overall positive or negative feature itself. It depends on what you make use of it. There's nothing wrong with materialism. There's nothing right with materialism, in the same sense that there's nothing wrong with spiritualism and there's nothing wrong with spiritualism. They have powers of positivity and negativity in how they are wielded by human beings in the world.
Well, thank you for that, Brother Canuck. And yeah, an interesting discussion for sure. One I'd like to continue soon.
I sounded a bit strident there, and I didn't mean to. Please forgive
No,
me for that.
no, it's fine. Yeah, yeah, you've seen the kind of misplaced rage that's developed here. You know, it's
attacking me in rigged courts. People see through it, and it's backfired, just like it's backfired on Trump. But let me respond. I didn't come on with the classic anti-Jew thing that the Jews killed Jesus. I know that, I've studied history, it's very fascinating, that the Jews were constantly fighting with each other over who had the right deal, and there was a civil war going on, and 70 years later, Titus sacked Jerusalem, and I know about the different factions. It's fascinating. To say that Pontius Pilate killed Jesus, he tried to set Jesus free. So right out of the gates, you say that the Romans, I guess they physically did it, killed Jesus, going right to the point when it was the high priest and others that demanded the Romans arrest him and said, give us Barabbas. So out of the gates, you must think the viewers don't know a historical perspective.
He's going to say that's a fake story that the Gentiles made up. That's what he's going to say.
I was going to try to have a discussion, but out of the gates, also, if you go to Whole Foods, this is the last thing I'll say, you can talk, or you go to Central Market, they have giant sections of incredibly high quality supplements and products that do incredible things like turmeric. Everybody knows turmeric's incredible. Everybody knows that colloidal silver topically is amazing. I private label the top brands in the country that they've done national studies on and found we sell the very best products. So the old lame thing that I sell supplements, have you seen the GNC stores all over the country? Have you seen Arnold Schwarzenegger, promote?
I know it's such a bad argument. Like, I make fun of his boner pills.
And your little joke about my penis size, that I do like taking things like our testosterone boosting products because they really work. So
you could click on that QR code right on my face at Infowars store.
That was a video that I did.
No sponsors on No More News. No shilling.
Because you defend Candace Owens, and Candace Owens humiliated the first lady of France, Brigitte Macron, who never bothered her. 70-year-old woman of 3, leave her alone, saying that she had.
They were saying how many times Jones brought up some of Adam Green's arguments. You know, he said he doesn't want to be part of a war that's been going on for 2,000 years, part of some Abrahamic religious war, and that kind of seemed like something that he took right from Adam Green. So it was interesting, to hear that, just as, I was very interested to note that Jay Dyer's producer was here in the chat in our earlier shows and was clipping some of our shows. So, it'd be interesting if Jay Dyer or anybody like that who actually appears on the 4th hour of Alex Jones sometimes, if he would be watching some of the episodes of the Machine Lives, taking some of the points here, and then inventing a fake version of the philosophy here, and then using it in some of their public debates and stuff like that. You know?
we know Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson checks in on us every once in a while. So
The constipated one, eh?
Yeah, Dyer. Yeah, Dyer. Yeah, Slow Boy Whiteboard is Jay Dyer's clip channel producer, and also produced some of his videos on his channel. By the way, Reddington, I don't know if you knew that, but yes, Slow Boy Whiteboard. You're in interesting. Right? One of our former fans. Right?
What's interesting about this little bit from Shmuley, I didn't hear him say that, is he's trying to honorably defend the First Lady of France when she's married to Macron. Macron is a globalist. That's it right there. He's a globalist, and that should tell you everything you need to know. Shmuley is a real piece of work.
Bro, I went to school with the Macron, with the Collins. I went to school with a lot of those people.
He has male genitals, that she's a
Totally
man.
bounced
And
off
you
the
once
Jesus
said
killed-
that
Jesus killed.
There he is again, with the blood. Yeah.
That poor child having to deal with that. Can you imagine this man's mental illness?
It says on his shirt, the Candace Jew, in blood dripping from it, on $100 bills on his shirt, and then and then he's got the hook nose, and yeah, I mean it's all on the thumbnail, guys, you know. But yeah, he's also got a sippy cup full of Christian blood. He says, just to reiterate that as we close. But yeah,
Next, he's going to hold up a toasted foreskin on a bagel.
Oh shit!
Obama's probably
Yeah, let's get back to that. I want to hear more of that.
making fun. Well, Alex,
He's
if you don't have
pivoting
much of
'cause
a
he
bagel,
knows
maybe
it's a
you're a
losing
woman. I was kind of
subject,
saying that, but let's take the humor
Sure,
aside for a
Shmuley.
moment. I didn't want to get into a debate on the murder of Jesus. I will in a moment. I was making a different.
That's what the other rabbi said too on Candace Owens. It all goes back to the murder of Jesus, the blood libel myth. I mean, it's crazy to go take it back 2,000 years. I said the hatred of Jews stems back 2,000 years ago.
yeah, it was longer. Read your Bible.
Right. You know, many people have claimed that too. That look at how many times the Jews are reprimanded in the Bible, right, by Yahweh, right?
But what Shmuley is also very dishonestly skirting around, at least to my sensibilities, I haven't heard him speak widely on this, is, let's say, a month, a year, even a decade after the death of Jesus, his followers were, for all reasonable considerations, Jews of a different sect than the Jews that had political gripe or religious gripe with Jesus. So it's an internecine struggle that after the fact has become a useful blood libel mythopoetic tool. But it was infighting.
Point altogether. You come across as a classic anti-Semite. You lied that Israel went into Gaza. You said this October 10th in order to steal the oil. There is as much oil in Gaza as there is truth in your fictional products. There's no oil in Gaza. Where did you even invent that?
I haven't even heard anybody say that. I've heard the pipeline.
That's just an outright anti-Semitic lie. You've had Kanye West, who loves Hitler, and you kind of contradicted it. You allowed a man.
Does anybody believe that Kanye West loves Hitler? Come on.
No,
dude.
I don't believe it.
Wait, what'd you say?
I do not believe it. He did it to steal some magic power.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he did it to just
Can I just?
Shmuley's a liar. Reserves of natural gas were found offshore in 2000.
I'm actually good. I was just gonna say the guy kind of speaks of like individuals as if they are like Disney characters or something.
Well, I do too. So it's not.
Yeah, it's like this fantasy world.
Who murdered the people of Jesus? How could you be
There's
a
the finger.
Christian and praise Hitler, who gassed 1.5 million Jewish children, the people of Jesus, 6 million Jews?
People of
How could
Jesus.
you be a Christian and say that on 9/11 the Jews were kind of responsible for it?
Yes.
You're not a Christian. With all due respect.
What?
You're a Christian fraud. There's nothing religious about you're saying. These are classic anti-Semitic.
If somebody does something,
Yeah, all those people that read the Talmud where it says that Jesus is boiling in the excrement, that those people are the people of Jesus. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, the kind of rhetoric he's employing is quite fanciful.
I can't wait till I piss off someone like Shmuley. I want to know what they say about me. I'm getting bored of Black Gate Witch. I want more creative insults.
Can you imagine how many day drinking housewives or folks sitting at home coding or whatever are listening to this, nodding their head? Yeah, Shmuley, you telling me, or no, Shmuley, you're a liar. It's unbelievable. It's like Jerry Springer meets WWE.
Exactly.
Yeah, look at this guy, man. Like, dude, I'm sorry, dude. Nobody has ever told me the truth the way this guy's trying to tell me the truth. He's trying to hit me. Look at his hand right now. He's like I think he's fallen for, I think he thinks voodoo's real, and if he uses it on us, that we will also think that it's real.
Is that the body of Hank?
Is that a free energy device?
It's a piece of paper cut out to be a circle. It's from one of my test prints. It's from the Cup's test print. Look, I got one in color too.
I got to be honest with you guys. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are they trying? What point are they trying to make right now?
Do you mean the two guys talking about it, or Shmuley and Jones?
Probably the two guys talking about it, because this other guy he looks like a liar to me.
Who, Shmuley?
Whoever's on the right.
Yeah, that's Shmuley on the right there. The other two guys, I don't know who they are. One of them is named Adam Green. Machine mentioned him. I don't know who he is. Adam King, I guess, is the guy on the bottom. That's my guess.
Is this when they would like watch the news and then like comment on it?
Yeah.
Kind of like we are with them, right? Commentception.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for like 10 minutes. My bad.
Yeah, Adam Green, he's been on the show before, but Adam King, the Jewish gentleman underneath him, I'm not aware of him or any of his work. Rabbi Shmuley, I've been made aware of him through many of his antics.
Machine, I gotta ask, why does it matter that Adam King is Jewish? Why did you throw that in there? Is that relevant in some way? Like I don't understand.
I think it's relevant to the way he criticizes Shmuley. Because
how can you elucidate?
Well, because Adam Green is kind of known as a one-topic guy. I don't know if you're aware of Adam Green's work.
No, I don't know who he is.
Yeah, Adam Green is on an ADL watch list.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, but okay, well, if you say so, but most of his show has to do with basically talking about. He has a theory that he says that Christianity was created by Jews as a controlled opposition. I did an episode on it. Let me go back and find that because I gotta close this show off. Actually, it's getting late, so because I gotta run to the prayer. So I'm sorry about that, guys. But
yeah, you go do you.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hank. What were you saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Now I have anything to add. Go ahead.
Close off the stream. I'll go read about Adam Greenman on my own time, and if he's worth bringing up again, I'll ask you.
Well, I just want to show you before you go do that because I would like for you to obviously hear it from the horse's mouth. And let me see where it is here. Give me a second, because I do want to also promote this to my live audience.
Yeah,
because
if anyone ends up on the Southern Poverty Law Center's shit list or the ADL shit list, I'm immediately positively inclined towards them because those two, you know. Anyway, for obvious reasons.
Then you'll love Adam Green then, because he was 1.9K views. So this is the most watched episode on my channel. So that ought to tell you something, I guess. You know what I mean? So this is the most popular video on my channel so far is my interview with Adam Green. It's this video 4 months ago. Machiavelli and Melchizedek. It's got 666 in the title. And yeah, here is my interview with Adam Green. So yeah, I go over kind of his philosophy there, Canuck, if you want to go check it out. But also, it'd be interesting to look it up. But yeah, thank you so much for joining as well. And yeah, I'm gonna let everybody go around and close it out. I know Lanza kind of just dips before he gives everybody a closer. I don't know where he went. But yeah, I know Lanza would give a banger of a closer, you know. But yeah, anyways, let's have Canuck go. Go ahead, brother.
If you have a dog or a cat, go spend time with them. Be good to people today. Think twice before you say anything nasty. And I need that advice more than anyone. Cheers, everyone. Bye, Hank.
Thank you so much, brother Canuck. And yeah, go ahead, brother Hank.
So right now I'm working on, guess databasing the Beloved Conversations Library for my church, Sunny Hill, and I think we're gonna do vocabulary lesson 2. Paraverse vocabulary lesson 2. I'm gonna work on that too. I think that's all I'm working on right now.
Thank you, brother Hank, and I'll talk to you soon, and also respond to your message soon that I got. And yeah, blessings to everyone in the chat, and Earl Pipe, bless, and all the other people. We're going to continue to cover some of these topics tomorrow. Nietzsche, we're going to start with the same type of deal with Nietzsche and some of the other thinkers. And also, we're going to look at the news. We're going to look at more of this Shmuley Boteach Alex Jones situation, as long as we don't get hit with the copyright. You know, we'll figure it out, you know, and other situations we'll have to understand. And tomorrow we'll be having a full show on these same issues. But yeah, Saturday is going to be a show that we do in terms of it's going to be a 9-hour stream, as we usually do. And it's going to begin at about 11 o'clock. And then we will take about 10 days off for the prayers of the end of Ramadan. But I will be premiering some content in that space on a few odd days, you know, so look out for that. But anyways, tomorrow we will return to cover the news, look at some religious debates, look at the theories of Jews and Christians and Muslims and world events as well, and also look at Nietzsche's views on world history. We're going to expand on that as well. And here's some of my interactions with Jeem. Thank you so much for joining us here. Turn this on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing past the programming is to realize how you have been programmed to see the, barriers and the filters for what they really are, right? And we continue on from there. I hope you have clarity and purity, my friends, and faith as well, as we've seen. Many are without it. Right? But anyways, let's get into our interactions with Jeem, and then we'll close out the show. Thank you for joining us. Response to Sneeko and Christianity. Response to Sneeko versus Christianity, I think it's called. Thank you so much. Blessings, guys. Yeah, Ramadan Mubarak to all my Muslim brothers who are watching this, and peace and blessings to all. Blessings to Christians who are going to Lent, and also there's Passover coming up. Peace to all world religions and all the people of the world, all the cultures of the world. Bless you guys. Yeah, he was, and I tried to press him on, Plato and Aristotle, because I was convinced that they were false. Especially Aristotle. I said Plato's right. Plato, there's something right about Plato, but Aristotle is complete garbage. How could you like Aristotle?
That's so interesting, though. Like I was almost the opposite of you. I was like, 70% of Aristotle's good, but Plato's like a whack job. That was my main thesis.
I think it's like left brain, right brain, or some shit.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like,
but anyway, continue.
Well, I just think, the Jews, the first point is the mythicism. The second point is, what is a Jew? What is a Jew in the first century?
Let's ask Rabbi Shmuley. I'm sure he knows. Can we get Rabbi Shmuley on this? But yeah, go ahead.
Shmuley's got too many ties to Messianics to give actual a credible position on even Judaism at this point. So Shmuley's totally out of the race. But
I would just say, on this debate, I'm gonna talk to Wildburn. Guys, if you want to talk about this, hop in the dang diddly video. All right. Wildburn says it's difficult to ignore in America. Zionists and dual citizens are control of our government, Hollywood media, etc. Hook nose. Yeah, use hook nose. Let's not say Jew anymore. I would basically say to that doesn't really prove some kind of global or even continental conspiracy. And I'm going to tell you why. If that is true, that because they're disproportionately represented, which may be the case, then that means that the Copts, who are Christians in Egypt, are secretly destroying Egyptian society too, because they're overrepresented in TV, they're overrepresented as millionaires and billionaires, they're overrepresented in high government positions, and underrepresented, in manual labor and lower end jobs, whereas Muslims, 99%, they have that job. Or sorry, that job is 99%.
Of course they do.
So the point is that if that's the argument for the hook nose in America, then that means the Copts in Egypt are even worse. And there's a reason for this. America has an issue with minorities where minorities are like the oppressed one in America. But in a lot of the other parts, especially in the old world, it's actually the other way around. The minorities usually stick together, do better than the majority. Like the Chinese, the Han Chinese are called the hook noses of Southeast Asia. So they run the locals out of business in Malaysia and Indonesia. So I would just say, that's a good point. And yeah, there may be some conflict of interest there, which I do agree with Wildburn. But that doesn't necessarily mean we have now an Adam Green level conspiracy on our hands, because this happens all over the world with different minorities. What do you think of that, Machine?
Well, I think underlying his entire opinion is this fact that Christianity is Jewish, right? So if you actually say that things are ruled by Christianity, so for thousands of years things are ruled by Christianity. That's actually Jewish rule. So it doesn't have to be Jews in control for Adam Green's theory to completely pan out. So that's the thing. If you're gonna debate him, you have to realize that quickly.
Oh no, I do understand that when he means the Jews, the hook noses are in control.
He also means Muslims and Christians, right?
Yeah.
You know, so.
This is the thing that's interesting about him. I'm of the exact opposite opinion, and I pointed this out. I don't know if you know, I did a half-hour HD refutation of Adam Green like a year ago, and I basically pointed out that the hook noses, whether we're talking about Bronze Age or first century, their philosophy, their beliefs, their biblical morality is not what Adam Green has a problem with. Like when he's saying, oh, you know, the Christians gave us pacifism and stuff, and that's destroying the world. And what's the other guy? Varg? Varg also hates Christianity. He thinks it's a Jewish trick. These guys miss the fact that like cosmopolitan, extreme hermetical cultism is the opposite of what the hook noses were teaching. So if anything, he has a problem with Greek and Roman philosophy. And I pointed that out in the video. I think a lot of what these guys say when they say, oh, Christianity's bad and it was started by Jews, therefore Jews invented pacifism and stuff, they're in for a shock because a lot of that comes from Greek and Roman thought, not from Jewish thought. That's what I pointed out. I'd love to have a talk with him if it's if it's in the cards for us.
Yeah, for sure. I'll try to, because it would be entertaining for sure. But yeah, I think first century, it's a real problem to, sort of figure out what a Jew is in the first place. As the Gospels tell us, there's 4 different groups of Jews in the first century. So,
Right.
So there's various interpretations of Judaism in the first century, and then after the first century, you go into the 4th to 7th century, and they're inventing all sorts of new oral traditions in their Talmud and all of this stuff. So what is Judaism after Christianity? Judaism actually is formed after Christianity, centuries later after Christianity. So I think that, that is gonna, factor in, but that doesn't really, because he's focused on the origin point. So he just says that Christianity is invented by Jews.
Right.
And that I don't know if you're familiar with Nietzsche's theory. That'll help you.
Yeah, no, I'm very familiar, and I think that he's getting a lot of his material from that. And again,
well, he hasn't read it. See, that's the thing is that me and Dr. Skrbina, we read Nietzsche because we got philosophy. We're the philosophy in the university, so we have to read Nietzsche, right? And it's Antichrist 58 through 60.
Yeah.
Right. That's one of the key passages, I think, where he actually says that Paul invented Christianity. Now Adam Green doesn't actually say that. Like Muslims will say that, and other people will say that, but I don't. But Adam Green, he's a mythicist, so he won't say that.
Well, here's the thing, and this is the last. We won't discuss Adam Green anymore. We'll wait for our honored pagan guest to reveal himself at some date so that we can talk. But my last moment would basically be, my thesis is that most of what I said earlier, most of what Adam and these Varg characters have a problem with is not Jewish thought. And number 2, that the Jewish thought at the time was superior to the Greco-Roman thought, which most Christians say the opposite. Oh, the Jews, whatever, they merge with the Greeks, therefore the Greeks are awesome and we can claim all their stuff. I would say that the Jews saved the Greeks and the Romans, but we'll get into that another time. I'm going to add this guy.
See, that's going to go disastrous because that's exactly what he claims, but in the negative.
Well, I'm going to prove to him.
That's going to be that might actually be a very interesting debate because it's head to head on the same position. That actually that could be the question of the debate: is did Jews save Greco-Roman civilization or destroy it?
Or destroy it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That'd be a perfect debate.
See, I think I would be the perfect guy to talk to him because I'm on the same wavelength. I'm not trying to say, yeah, I agree with you, Adam. The Jews are dumb, but we're a group religion. I'm saying, all right, fine, we are Jewish. Let's do this, man. I got to add a guy to the call now. If you want to stay on, Machine, I have a guy in the queue who would like to join the stage.
For sure, yeah.
Hello, Death Culture. How are you doing?
Excellent. How are you? Greetings.
Greetings. I don't think you've been on the stream before. Welcome.
No, I have not, but I've been a connoisseur of the apologetics that's been going on in recent months, and I found your channel.
And you haven't become mentally ill yet? So congrats. I'm joking.
Oh, I'm already halfway there, dealing with the modern world.
Yeah. Go ahead. Did you want to talk about any subject in particular or comment on what we've already discussed?
Yeah, I noticed you invoked Adam Green. I don't know if you've seen this debate, but the debate with Miles Pollan, that is the best Adam Green debate ever, because every point that Adam brought up, Miles had a response just waiting in his back pocket. And I can send you a link too if you'd like to listen to it. It's phenomenal. And it's, basically 3 hours on the kill stream, Adam trying to prove his theory. Miles is on the defensive. It was a defense TLDR, it was a defensive victory for Miles, because every point that he brought up, he had something in return that refutes his assertions. So
very nice. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. If you could just DM in the private chat the link.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll pull it up right now, and you and Machinist can keep talking while I dig this up for you.
Cool. But yeah, so anyway, Adam Green thing I think will be fine. I do want to swing back real quick before we get on to hook-nosed Adam stuff. With Sneeko and characters like him, Machine, do you think that him trying to represent Islam is a net negative for other Christians who might be interested?
I think it's just a net negative for just monotheism. I think anybody like that's colluding with porn stars, they're complete degenerate.
It's all
a pop philosopher. Really, I think that type of bumper sticker, philosophy, and that pop psychology, that is a real death nail to anything that's serious. So obviously, Speaker's Corner and these types of outfits. We're talking about getting Adam Green. We should start a debate league, because we see so many people. We meet so many people, and
yeah,
it's hard to find serious people. And then once you do, you want to get them in a room and get them to lock horns.
We could do like a weekly thing where it's like every Thursday or whatever. It's open debate night, but it's moderated somehow. I don't know. Up to you. We could collaborate on that.
Of course.
Maybe on Rumble for the spicier stuff, if you want to talk about the grabblers, which I don't mind talking about them.
One thing, Machine. I have a friend on Instagram who's going to have his friend debate a Muslim. He's asked me to be the Christian moderator. They need a Muslim moderator. Would you be open to that if I sent you some of the information?
Sure. My schedule is a little bit funky because of Ramadan, but
Right. Well, I'll send it to you, and if you can't do it, no harm. Just thought I'd ask.
For sure, yeah. I'll take a look at it. Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, more debate stuff would be really good. I recently had Redeemed Zoomer on here, and we talked about Calvinism and Protestantism and whatnot. I guess that was interesting. Actually, Machine, do you know Dr. Khalil Andani?
No.
You don't know him? You never heard of him? No. All right.
But I have heard of James White.
Great. So, Dr. Andani is a Ismaili Shia Muslim theologian, professor. He has a pretty big YouTube channel, and he's debated some of the top dogs. He's debated some Christians. He's debated pretty much every internet Salafi, like Jake the Muslim Metaphysician, and he's going to be coming on the channel either next week or whenever he's available. So I'd love if you were able to watch that and maybe pipe in. I think, well, after this video, maybe you could look up some of his stuff. It's going to be a good talk. That's all I'll say, because he knows what he's talking about. It'll be a good discussion.
For sure, I'll keep it in mind. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna go in probably like 10 minutes. So if anybody has any more questions or they want to hop on the stream, now would be your opportunity.
I dropped something for you, Machinist Lies. It was an interview. Well, it was actually a response to an interview of Scribina and Adam Green. It was done by the Godcast. It was the same guy, Miles Pollan, and his crew. They do phenomenal work. I wish they were on YouTube, but they're probably a little too spicy for that. But anyhow, they produce some really good stuff, even as Protestants, and a Lutheran co-host on there for that. I'm Orthodox, so I don't advocate all their positions, but they got some pretty good takes, I think.
Check that out for sure. Miles Pollan, I'll check out that debate. I want to hop on, Jeem. Well, you know what, buddy boy? You can't. I'm kidding. There's
More the merrier.
We've got like 10 minutes, so no monologuing from anyone, and let's keep it to maybe 1 to 2 questions. That is the link. It's right there in the YouTube. If anybody wants to hop on, discuss, I guess you could really bring up anything at this point. We went from Sneeko to the hook noses to Adam Green, to all this other stuff. I'm going to add this guy, Maximus. It's been a while since I spoke to him. How you doing, man?
Hello?
Hey, I can hear you. What's up?
Hey, Jim. What's up, mate?
Not
Haven't
much. How
seen
you
you for a
doing?
while.
Yeah, it has been a little while.
Fighting demon Lent, the demon Lent. What am I saying? The demons of Lent.
Yeah.
I mixed up.
How that feel? I gotta ask, how's the Discord scene been? I haven't been on Discord in like 2-3 months. I don't know what's going on over there. If you're still active.
Well, we've had to become stricter because I don't know if you're aware of people like Maximologia. What's his name? Maximologia
on Twitter. Yeah, I know that guy. What about him?
He has created private servers, and there's been a bit of trouble with his translations and new converts being tripped up and
I see
falling into all types of weird views. And when they come on, we have to blacklist them, and then they end up gossiping and slandering us anyway.
I've noticed that there's been a lot of disunity just in the last few weeks, maybe last month, on online orthodoxy. Like there's been a lot of controversy with the Maximologia guy, with Jonathan Hill, between him and Jay Dyer. I've noticed a little bit of tension the last month or so.
Yeah.
I'm not involved in that, but I've just been observing it from afar.
Yeah, these quotes that are translated, I've had to explain to a 15-year-old that you can't just translate a 15th century Greek text into Google Translation.
Why not? May as well do that.
And that's really it. There's a new bot that Kai made that will blacklist anyone across all Orthodox servers, ban them completely if it comes to that point.
Sir Mahakal, I would agree with Chesterton there. Maybe not in the exact communication of what he's saying, but basically, and this is what it'll boil down to if I do end up getting an audience with Rabbi Greenblatt, we'll be discussing whether the Greeks saved the Jews, and then the Jews are kind of a begrudging part of Christianity, or did the Jews, and by Jews we mean biblical Israelites, did they save the Greeks? That'll be probably the primary thing about the debate. We'll save that.
Well, what I think will be really helpful for many, I don't mean to interrupt guys, but like is to define Jew right off the start. Like what is a Jew by definition? And from what I understand is a Jew technically is that who descends from the tribe of Judah. Jesus descended from the tribe of Judah, ergo he was a Jew, but he was not a Pharisee. So you got to make that distinction. And a lot of people, especially like the these sort of like neo-pagans or Christ skeptics and conspiracy theorists, they often conflate Moses being one as well. No, he was not a Jew in that sense. And the modern Jews today who descend from the Pharisees, they're the grabblers. Christ was not one of those. So you got to really make that distinction there as well, I feel.
Well, we will.
I'm not trying to take your show.
No, it's fine. What I'll probably agree with on Adam is that we stick to discussing the 1st century and around that time period. If, again, it's all hypothetical. He may not want to talk to me, but if he does, we'll stick to that time period. It's not going to be mentioning today's modern rabbinics, but if we just stick to that time period on a racial and religious sense, that'll be the primary debate. Anyway, if anyone has any last comments or questions, now's the time. Otherwise, I'll be closing the stream in a moment. So first, I'm going to go in order. We'll start with Machine Lies. Any last comments or questions before I close out?
Well, I guess I'll just say that descending from the tribe of Judah, I guess that's not, gonna be a precise definition because that would make it a racial definition, and then you'd have to define it by bloodlines. Whereas in the Old Testament, there's many converts to Judaism. I'll just say that.
I would just say, I'd say it's a mixture of that and religion. So when Adam Green says Judaism, I know he also means Christianity. Anything from that root. Yeah, I get what he means.
Well, I think sorry.
Hey, go ahead now.
Well, I think in his eyes that anybody that believes the so-called Abrahamic faith, he defines as a Jew, which is a very, very broad term and stupid. But
I would say that what unites the Abraham. All right, go first, and then I'll do my comment.
And in Machine Lies, I put something in the chat for you, that interview with David Skrbina and the Godcast take for you.
Yeah,
but go ahead, G.
Yeah, my last comment on this subject, which I did not expect us to discuss today, would basically be, is the core of what unites the Abrahamic faiths really Jewish, or is it Greek? Is it Hellenism? And so that'll be one of the main points of talk. All right, now it's Maximos's turn, and then we're going to close out the stream.
Okay. Are you going to be doing any more work on Greek pantheism, or sorry, I'm tired right now, I'm mixing my words up. Platonism or any of that sort?
Yeah, in the future, I'll probably do a stream on the difference between, like, I guess, philosophical Christianity and then what goes too far into heresy with, like, hardcore real Hellenism. So we'll do a stream on that in the future, maybe sometime next week. Yeah.
Right.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining. And
good to meet you, Gene.
For anybody who just hopped in, the Sneeko topic is the first 45 minutes. After that, we get into all manner of discussion. But yeah, I'm going to close it out for tonight. And
Yo, Cecil, did you want to holler at the people?
What's up? What are you doing?
No, I'm just closing out the show. But yeah, you get.
Yeah. I didn't realize what was going on.
Yeah, because you said you were gonna come back. But yeah, you can give a closing statement if you want. Go ahead, bro.
It's like there's shapeshifters and shit, man. You know, like there's always this, like, malleable foundation to these people that, like, oh, I'm a this, no, I'm a that. Oh, you're attacking me this way? Well, I'm just gonna mold like putty over here. You know, like, come on, dude. And at this point, they're literally, like, famous for this point, or from this stance at this point. I mean, there's been people who've been talking about it for, like, literally hundreds of years. So it's like, you know, when are we just gonna stop doing business with these people? That's all I got to say. Like, I don't want shady partners in my business. Just saying.
Real talk. Thank you, the infamous Cecil Drake. And yeah, you have a blessed day, my brother. And I'll see you tomorrow when I start up a stream tomorrow. Most
for sure.
likely. Yeah, for sure. All right, homie. Talk to you soon.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. Have a blessed day. I gotta run out to the prayer. So yeah, bless you guys, man. Thank you for watching.
Curious George walks, albeit not erect. Curious George flies a kite. Curious George learns his multiplication table. Curious George takes a job. Curious George buys a ball barrel. Curious George goes to the hospital and walks, albeit not erect, toward the light. Cut myself empty, space, tramps, cut myself empty, space. Peel off the colors, transform into everywhere sandstorm, tramps, cut myself empty, space. Gone in here, chaos and order are yet to be discovered, tramps, cut myself empty, space. Awakened from a slight repose. Tramps, cut myself empty, space.
As of now, walls of flame sustain, distorting, lining in order, pointing to a reference, pointing, this is a painting, remembering an end, and then it's all over the face again, loving every novel treetop, foundation to build more and more.
Colors hide under the slight butter of another rumbling thundercloud. Wonder how I found this sound, this eternity, bubbling, externally cluttering, burning heat, bubbling, permanently pulling the puppet strings, time, chuckling at a mind's climb. What a
thing indeed. I mean, the primordial mud runs by the thicker find this plot, doesn't it? Hark alongside with a thorn named presenting yes, but whom so long as I'm about to shine, feel out to fall apart in front of a promenade Promethean like.
Close to the kids, to the blade, cracking a pipe, children play here. Animals die in waterfalls, of wall to wall, becoming some of daydreams, pretty serene scenes, seem like dumb ideas and learn how to glass bottom boat. Watch for your step, you're being followed.
The echo echoes through this special vessel of heaven's levels, intersecting and connecting with the collection of the devil's space, reflecting devil's taste, impeccably numb, tongue tingle, wrinkled stars hold the boldly forms a kaleidoscopic way.
An immaculate world of fame, with a mouthful of palm. Meanwhile, soul's been thinking out loud so long, he can almost touch, leaving no tone unturned, and renewing the noise, aesthetic void of half truth. In honor of the solitary songbird, plucked up of a pen and pretense, some humming luckiest honesty I know.
And off smooth out, and they are indeed. Well, if monsters could talk and if time recorded stealthy civilization, sunsets could be an album of bare photos. Take what you want, or will it make its mind for you? In an age-old expose and page fold, an open book.
Circuit for disruption, searching for my nothing, looking toward the button to turn off the horizon. Sweeter than the ocean, now open for discussion, crushed inside emotion, just and realize.
On a clear day I can spell forever F-A-I, and already forcing misappropriation of the concept like the bricks out of paradox of curious doors in the alphabet. For every pack of wild apes a flag in a dripping tongue.
Out on the range, and everybody's been reorganized. Science don't live here, there are no signs to read from. Eyes blinking, seasons are relative to a smack in the face. Let there be light and clarity and participants.
Particles of starving souls hardly hold a hearty hold in this carnival. The sharpie bow won't carve a hole in the artist's rose. It starts to pull apart your skull. Your card gets pulled, you lose control, confused and broke. Now the downfall is all you know.
I'm newly enamored of nascent euphoria and naked epiphanies, making up for the same half truth. These book reports of 19th century French utopias always end up in eulogies anyway. I mean, don't they?
Lead, guttural, firmament. 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 Lead, guttural, firmament.
Curiouser and curiouser. Monkey-made monolith, albeit not perfect. Still, the heavens quivered, the windmill wept, wings flapped, lights flashed, and parking meters blinked. And somehow, we stumbled into this.
Channel can't change, always in the front. Can't see nobody waving goodbye or hello. Something that's lovely is invincible. All hail, falling all about manage and pick apart. Architect texture, when the birds dive and buildings of earth is a cave of plastic bubble. Magnifying the earth ain't dying. Welcome to a historical abortion and they're making this place could have been a painting. If it's denizens are more in touch with the most advanced means of perpetuation. This world is a castle. Everything here is vanished, but dimensions that people don't even have emotions for. Everything that you see is an entirely different form as the person that came before. Enjoy this moment, stay here and sing it somewhere else. Never leave the split until you go against the brain. And if the picture breaks, live inside the positive space.
And low, living there naked, without individuality. Behold each other's head, but for massively see. Have we found the absolute, or just a wide empty? Love is truly human, doubt I don't agree. Developing of serendipity, company by the tin pans. I'm a friend with the cabin stands, banged upon a pantheistic beautification, pan to find the veneer for defiance, simultaneity, continuity, blink down for no piece about the nature when tamed, being titled fate, and to God for every form like theta from a golden rectangle. But somehow my impeccable sense of Greco-Roman architecture led to a column of symmetrical mannequin archetypes, fractioned by 8.
Finally, it's understandable, tangible, touchable, disgustable, aesthetically pleasing instead of combustible perception. When are we leaving? Is it even a question? I'm just a soul searching merchant surfing on the surface of the reflection that previously and mysteriously fed the perception. Butterflies utter cries, better hide the directions. Otherwise, I'm like wide open for an inspection. Close your eyes, realize this is only conception. The garden lies around the nucleus of artistic expression. Beauty grows like thoughts, wind blows the clock. The whole is now a rock, so close up the dock. Take a seat and study today's lessons in depth and visit the caves of freedom's redemption. Oh, how exquisite these rays of sun unintentionally bundle the inner optimism's extension. I love this dimension.
Taking pictures with the wax messiah. Fundraising for the campaign of the dominant male. Inward a groan, outward a roar. Feeding lions to the Christian. From henceforth we'll build with death carefully adding to new weak spirals of separate vertebrae that get the cause of force stack repair frail petals, quads of foils of monk bones, mummifying orchids and nuclear scattered over the funerary art composing a morbid abundance to support the naturally balanced framing of stars and the sacred song spells also tune also warding off discord. The sacrifice we make and what the hand of the table make out of it gather you notebooks while you make eternal strangers carrying decalogues we cannot read so we pop our picker Mercedes fighting pages into a breathe the fight poses and return them to the earth.
There's no time left, smoking girl. Chimney raise a tenderness, no presents, these are gifts. Make all the faces a new exchange. Not to be stuck in the back until it comes around. Karma don't exist, well that's not what deserving. Hard workers don't make millionaires. But children that grow up and stare at the waterfalls all fall eventually into the same guillotine ahead of time. Bodies at decay. Nothing is forever. Like the lies that make the world turn and heads roll. Who's paying attention? Realizing our potential made stories of inspiration. Bleeding neither of the cabins of what's happened but that children. All children are born evil. Get better. All moves are good moves, and if we think hard enough, everything will disappear. Flowers shall grow through out of this pollution. The earth will in the sand and grow strong in the garden.
The evolution of dogma from a million standards to an obsession with Dharma to an 8-armed dolphin.
The evolution of dogma from man building a standards to an obsession with Dharma to an 8-armed Darwin.
The evolution of dogma from a million standards to an obsession with Dharma to an 8-armed dolphin.
The evolution of dogma from man building a standards to an obsession with Dharma to an 8-armed Darwin.
Enemy begin distinct, ambiguous mode, pounded out of monotony with the hum and the monotone, no machine and ominous harmony, insinuating the dissonance of oneness, spinning back of all half notes and high-tech howling monkeying fingered hacks, fractured by the orchestra, banging heads against songbooks, stick with ambiance. Erstwhile, not a statue stirs, and I'm only trying to teach these songs to talk to myself. Listen.